Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
During the spookiest time of the year, there are a few guidelines all ghosts and goblins should follow. Always stay on sidewalks. Never go to a stranger's house. And never go out alone.
I'm the boogeyman! And I'm coming to get you!
You know nothing of hell.
Fear flicker.
I'm tired of living in fear.
I'm back.
New to the neighborhood.
Trick or treat!
Trick or treat!
If you are thinking of seeing this film alone, don't.
Julia, let's get this show on the road.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are back for a little bit of, Spooktober. Spooktober. As we said last week, we're not really a fan of that term.
No.
But, you know, I think I'm going to start saying it ironically so many times that I'm going to start saying it unironically after a certain point. You don't have that problem, I don't think. You want to avoid the term.
Well, I don't really care about it either way. I kind of think it's dumb, but whatever.
Here we are, though.
So, by the way, real quickly, I want to say I'm a little under the weather today. I don't have the you-know-what, but just sinus.
The novel
problems.
coronavirus?
Yes, the novel. I've read it. Not a fan.
Too long.
Hasn't happened to me, so it's like I can't really connect, you know. Not that I'm making fun. Very sad situation that we're in.
Very
living
scary,
in.
yes.
But yes,
Speaking of frights,
our family has a lot of sinus problems, so
yeah.
In our my what you would call antecedents.
Yes.
But anyways,
so blame it on
just
them.
know that. I apologize, but we'll work through it.
Yeah, we'll be good. So last week we did a little Spooktober surprise special. Creep Show from 1982, which was, of course, as we talked about, the brainchild of George Romero and Stephen King, two horror icons. If you've not listened to that,
Stephen King's real child in the film.
Yes, his own Kyle.
His Kyle.
His Kyle. His own child, Joe Hill.
His own Kyle.
I don't know. It's like, you know how everybody's like, you know when you're talking to someone and they're like, and it's someone like, it's like a Steve. And you both know a mutual Steve. It's like, oh, no, my Steve, they'll say. As implying it, no, it's someone I'm, blah, blah, you know, closer to, whatever, to distinguish. Like, no, Stephen King's Kyle. Maybe that's his, like, you know, accountant. Maybe it's a literary agent, you know. But he's got his own Kyle somewhere,
Yeah,
I'm
a
sure.
fan that stalked him for years. Who knows?
Yeah, not me,
no,
definitely.
Yes. Anyway. What were we talking? Creep Show? Yeah.
Let me just also say, Misery, isn't that based on...
Yes,
I don't know if a stalking incident, but like a weird obsession with a fan had with him.
More or less. Better movie than book, by the way, actually.
Yeah.
The book's good, but...
Well, the movie, I mean, you know, there's just certain movies that have pairings that you would never immediately imagine that are just really good, like, and for that one, it's James Caan and Kathy Bates.
Yeah.
It's two really great pairings to have. But anyways, this episode is not about Misery, though it is good.
Or Creep Show.
But we will be putting ourselves through a sort of misery today, it should be said.
That's true.
With Funny Games from 1997. And Levi just today corrected me on how to say this filmmaker's name.
I didn't know this.
We've said forever it's Michael Haneke, but according to you, it's
Michael Haneke.
Haneke.
Yes, Haneke. Like
the holiday.
The holiday, yes. He's Austrian, so his name is German. I was actually just watching a video last night randomly from the Cinema Cartography, who usually put out really good, well, not usually, every video I've seen of them is good, but they're on YouTube. But anyway, they mentioned his name in passing about something, and I was like, oh, that's how you say that. And it's funny, because I just happened to watch it before this podcast, so, but anyway, yes, it's Michael Haneke.
So, as we said last week, and when we were previewing this movie, I should say, it's not one I'm particularly a fan of, but it's a movie very much intentionally unpleasant. It's a movie that is trying to gouge you in the eye and go, how do you feel about that? Do you feel guilty for me gouging you in the eye? And we'll walk through what that sensation exactly is a little bit later. But before we dive into what is indeed a series of funny games, we just gotta.
By the way, I gotta say, first of all, the games aren't that funny.
They're not really.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll get to that.
The Blue Plate Special.
Hi, Audrey. Norma, have a cup of coffee, please. Sure.
I'll have what she's had.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Order up.
I had to say it in my Seinfeld
voice. Recently, Seinfeld all dropped onto Netflix. It should be said.
Yeah,
we got we playing the Seinfeld theme in that, and I heard a day in that I haven't seen it obviously, but that apparently that it's all formatted at 16:9 format, which is widescreen format.
Yeah,
it was shot in 133:1 and would have been projected on TV, so people were already
it's like
complaining about
stretched
that.
Out too
much.
And
people complained about that with early seasons of The Simpsons when they dropped on Disney Plus. That's since been fixed.
So they'll probably go fix it, I'm guessing.
Probably, but I mean, people were posting stills of like the ways in which it literally changes what's in the frame. I remember like the one about the pothole that George was like pointing on the street about, like that. Literally, when you format it that way, it removes that from the frame, and so he's just pointing down, and you don't see what it is. You know what I mean? So that stuff it actually does directly change.
It's almost like when you full screen something.
Yeah.
It's
Anyways,
I didn't know that. So.
Go watch Seinfeld somewhere if you haven't already. We're big fans. Just this past Monday, a very long anticipated event for me. Anyways, Levi, he's a little, and I get this myself, lukewarm on the whole idea of trailers being an event or trailers being something.
Unless it's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie, but you know.
Whoa, well, lucky for you, happened to be a Paul Thomas Anderson movie with Licorice Pizza, which we've actually, I think, mentioned on this podcast already, that trailer was out there in certain art house and repertory theaters.
What's known as Soggy Bottom.
Soggy Bottom was what it was known as a long time. Soggy Bottom, I was wondering if that was really going to be what it stuck with, and there's a real chance I think that could have happened.
It's like originally the Beach Bum was called Moondog, and it should have been that, but...
Yeah.
You know, whatever. They do that crap all the time. Which this was just like, you know, that actually was the name of the movie, was Moondog. They changed it to Beach Bum. But that in this case, that was just its running title, or working title, I should say, rather.
But Licorice Pizza, and I didn't really know this, but recent articles and stuff talking about this movie had pointed out, was the name of a series of record stores in the L.A. area, I think the San Bernardino Valley area, that existed in the late 60s, early 70s. So that's what that's connected to.
Which is interesting because in itself, that's sort of a pseudo callback to Boogie Nights in the sense that Don Cheadle's character owns those stereo like equipment stores or whatever.
And in a lot of ways, this feels like Paul Thomas Anderson throwing back to older other films he's done. Whether it be, I think most immediately a lot of people compare us to Boogie Nights. But also, I mean, in the wake of not that long ago making Inherent Vice, which of course we did a whole podcast on, go listen to that. It feels like it's trafficking
and Punch
in that.
Drunk Love as well, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Why?
So very interestingly, kind of the two leads of this movie are Elena Haim, I believe is how you say her name, of the Haim Band, which he's directed music videos for, And I'm not
By
really...
the way, let me say real quick, I can't remember if it is Haim or another way to say it, so sorry, we can't get all our names right today. But anyway, we're going to say Haim for now. Anyways.
And Cooper Hoffman, I believe is his name, who's the son of Philip Seymour, are the leads of this.
Yeah.
Neither one of them have really been big leads in a movie before, so that in and of itself is interesting to just see these new faces now kind of be in front of this Paul Thomas Anderson movie. We've made no secrets about in this podcast that we're huge Paul Thomas Anderson fans. Again, our Inherent Vice episode, we talked at length about him, but that will not be, of course, the last time we'll talk about him. What were your big takeaways from seeing this trailer?
Well, first of all, I want to jump back real quickly to the fact that Elena Haim is in this movie.
Yeah.
Of course, he, as in PTA, directed a lot of Haim's music videos. Famously, Valentine, which is kind of a 14-minute collection of 3 songs. It was totally amazing when it came out. I still think about it. It was a big deal, kind of in a way, when it came out. It was on YouTube. It had played, like, I think in some IMAX screenings before movies. I don't even remember what movies it was for.
Probably like, specialty stuff for the ArcLight theaters.
That was like
LA
early 2018 or late 2017. I can't remember what it was exactly. But anyway, so he's kind of a friend of the family, so it kind of makes sense that she would be in a movie now. But it's interesting. But yeah, I like Haim. What I've heard, nothing against their music, but I like them most, I guess, because of their connection to PTA.
Well, that's how I guess you were introduced to them. Yeah.
But yeah, I think they're good. They're especially good for a pop rock thing that most people like. Because
they got what, like 2 albums out now, or is there a third?
I think there's 2 or 3.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I'll look that up right now.
But anyway, I think there's 3.
Okay.
I don't know about EPs, or if one of them was an EP and the other ones were. I don't know. But anyway, because you can't trust
3 studio albums.
You can't trust America's taste these days.
No.
So therefore, I think that
3 albums are called "Days Are Gone," "Something to Tell You," and "Women in Music Part 3."
So in the sense that people really like it and it's actually good is kind of a surprise. But anyway, so there's the first thing.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised because we've had private conversations. They were probably bugged like the Oval Office or something. But private conversations over the past probably 1.5 to 2 years since we've known this movie was going to be made, that we were kind of wary of this movie. And the main reason was because he was kind of returning to the well of, let's do another Southern California 70s movie, which he's done twice before.
Yeah.
Both of those movies are not our favorites from him. So that's something to note. I was kind of low-key blown away by this trailer for multiple reasons. The first one being, and we'll see how it goes, maybe it'll be kind of like Inherent Vice and it won't work out, or something. But it seems like, an actual, like, romantic movie from him. Kind of, like I said, reminded me of Punch Drunk Love, which I think is by far his most optimistic film.
Mm-hmm.
Other than maybe Boogie Nights, but I don't buy or agree with many of the kind of moral, I guess, statements that are made in that movie, but whatever. But that in this, it seems like it is just kind of a hangout movie, but it seems like there's something a little more to that is a little more, it's a strange way to say this, but a little more conventional in a way that I would like.
Yeah.
Also, it's got David Bowie in it. It's got Tom Waits in it. It's got some guy that looks like Otto Preminger saying, "Listen, young lady."
Listen, young lady.
Not sure how great my impression was with my
It's got Sean Penn.
So,
I love that Sean Penn's like an afterthought in the trailer, too.
And he's like right on a motorcycle screaming.
I'm a Nazi, basically, is what he says. Yeah. And so it's like, what is it? And I remember at the time the movie was shooting, that definitely everybody knew that Bradley Cooper had a role in it, and that he's quite literally playing John Peters because of his reference to being, in a relationship with Streisand. But that it was, I think, said or reported at the time that Sean Penn was seen on the set, and I know that him and Bradley Cooper are close personal friends, and so I kind of imagine, he's just visiting him on the set of this movie, but he is indeed actually going to be in the movie.
Which is interesting in itself because, real quickly, that's in itself almost a return to a movie that Spicoli could be in. Strangely.
Yes, yeah.
But now he's the old guy.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. But anyway.
And one
that was in the
thing,
80s,
that immediately separates this from Inherent Vice is the sense of other than it being a Paul Thomas Anderson movie, that there are no like big expectations of what this has to be. It doesn't have to measure up to like the prose of Thomas Pynchon. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to match what his vision of that is. It gets to be kind of PTA's vision of this.
Right.
And as tiresome as, and again, he's one of our very favorite directors. Your favorite, probably my like third. That like, you know, when this was announced, we were, as you said, privately kind of like, well, I kind of wish he would do something different or whatever. But again, coming off something like Phantom Thread, which was his most recent film by this point, and I remember hearing that announcement, being like, what is that? And that being as great as it was, that doing something that's a little more, quote, return to form for him, it certainly seems like I think one of the reasons he maybe wants to do a movie like this is to play and have fun with these new actors, or these younger actors, and to like probably like help mentor them and work with them and get a spark from them to tell a story or a world that we've seen from him before. But it looks like it's going to have some strange particulars to it as well. I mean, Benny Safdie is going to be in it.
As like running for district attorney or something, because if you remember, some of the on-set photos were of
posters
of him, and it said something like district attorney or mayor or something, and it was his face, and it was with like his hair. And it's weird. I wonder if they're going to try to go for some sort of like Harvey Milk-esque thing, because he kind of reminds me of Harvey Milk, the way he looks.
Maybe.
I'll be interested to see what that is in general. But, yeah. So, yeah, I agree. I think it's interesting, for him to go back and do that. And as far as it goes with, like you said, about expectations, some people will be looking at this in the sense of him, PTA himself, as an expectation.
Yeah.
With Boogie Nights and Inherent Vice, because people are such big fans of those. But the good news is for us, particularly, those were a little bit of more of disappointments. So therefore, we're not going into this in that way, where I at least for me, I don't want to speak for you, but at least for me, I'm going into it expecting it to be better than those things already.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that it definitely will be.
Yeah.
But I think that there's a lot more of interest here, particularly because in certain ways, Boogie Nights was about his, knowledge and goings-on in Hollywood and show business, of his father being part of show business. And I feel like this will be, in a lot of ways, even more like that than Boogie Nights was for his own autobiographical sense.
It is interesting to think about these three movies together, speculatively about this, but in the sense of how obviously Inherent Vice is set in LA, but it's not like really, for the most part, a Hollywood story. It's like kind of about things. And the showbiz filters in and out of the story, but it is not largely about showbiz in some way. And this seems like it is. I mean, Cooper Hoffman, of course.
And it's about definitive show business, not like pornography, which is its own subgenre of show business.
This seems like it's threading the needle between, Boogie Nights was clearly about like a very disreputable yet still existent form of show business. So it's like about the grim and grimy and trying to elevate it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Inherent Vice, while not about show business, is about adapting the work of Thomas Pynchon, which is this huge, tall order. And then this gets to just kind of be its own thing. You know what I mean? It's not burdened by either uplifting something or matching something else. But it's like it just can be its own little thing, I remember seeing a tweet from somebody, I can't remember this week, in reaction to the trailer, someone who was quite taken with it, but she had said something along the lines of like, as great as this looks, why is it we expect Paul Thomas Anderson to come in and save us with a coming-of-age movie when these type of movies used to get made all the time at a decently sized budget, get a theatrical release, that just, there's a certain sadness to the reality that he's one of the few directors that can even do something that seems this fairly conventional and fairly straightforward, and it be, a big event movie, other than it being purely him. Again, they're saying, I want to see it, but like, why are we relying on him, one person, really, to like pull along this whole type of movie?
We've seen a massive reduction in movies like that over the years. Like the fact that a movie, and I didn't see it, you actually saw it, a movie like The Edge of 17, which looked like just a movie, You know,
yeah,
like
I knew they made dozens of.
And
back in the 80s
but I
and
know
90s.
it was kind of a big deal,
right? Look at this,
or something like the Spectacular now. I actually have seen that, or even Booksmart or Eighth Grade stuff like that, where it's these but these feel like said like events now, which is so strange because I feel like those more than any other genre of movie actually really connect with young people.
Yeah.
But that Hollywood now, and I'm not going to, Marvel, we all know, who cares, but that's all that get, those types of movies are all that get made.
The only safe bets. When movies like that used to be a safe bet because everybody would go and see them and they were popular. And
even a movie like American Graffiti, which I find to still be popular among younger people who aren't as into movies,
right?
That they still like something like that, or Dazed and Confused, or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're right in that, and it's interesting. I'm glad somebody brought that up because it is strange that has become an event and an outlier.
Yeah. It should be said too.
And that LeBron James had to fund
LeBron,
it. So yeah.
Also, this fits into another conversations we've had before about how the last current, in quotes, film PTA has made now was 20 years ago with Punch Drunk Love. And this is yet another period piece. And as much as we love to see those, we've also had a lot of conversations about when are you going to make a movie about the modern world, so to speak.
That's something I did want to bring up, is that I'm still kind of chafing at that. I mean, it's the same thing with him, the Coens, and even Tarantino. Tarantino hasn't made I guess since Death Proof.
I was going to say Kill Bill, but Death Proof.
That he's made a movie that is set in the modern day.
And Death Proof almost, by virtue of its format, almost makes you, if you squint or don't really think about it, it could easily take place in the 70s.
Yeah, and isn't it the same, I guess, with Burn After Reading, with the Coens, and even Intolerable Cruelty before that.
Yeah.
But Burn After Reading was definitely in the modern.
And again, we love history. We love period pieces.
Yeah.
But there is a certain frustration we've also talked about of certain contemporary filmmakers getting caught up in the period piece game and not making movies, quote, about the modern day. Now, that's not to say that they can't still resonate and be about people now. But there is a certain remove from the modern day and some of the, most modern day stuff he's done are either these Haim videos or the Radiohead videos.
Right, and you see those and you're like, because he made Anima, recently.
Right,
that was sort of basically a science fiction movie.
Yeah.
And it's like, why can't you do something like that?
And that was so exciting, and it's like, why don't we do a movie like that in that direction? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Tom York stars in. I
love to see Tom York star in anything, but
let's see him stare and look at the his kind of
I tried
crazy
to
eyes.
do that.
So he's a brilliant artist.
Yeah,
taken away from that.
But
is Johnny Greenwood doing the score for this? I would imagine. He's been doing all of them. So I don't know if that's official
John
or
Bryan
not.
kicked to the curb, sadly. Well, both are great, so in their own ways.
John Bryan still works consistently too. It should be said. I know he works a lot with Charlie Kaufman. He does a lot of his movies.
Yeah.
So
but that's what I was going to say is that a lot of people call these the new Hollywood directors of their generation, right? Tarantino and PTA and the Coens and whoever, But what is kind of a shame is that a lot of the biggest new Hollywood films like Easy Rider or Five Easy Pieces or Harold Maude or
reflected the
era in which it was. Now, of course, you had stuff like The Godfather or McCabe Mrs. Miller or Daisy Miller or MASH or whatever.
Not Barney Miller, though.
That were period pieces. But that's what I guess that points to something is that a lot of these directors, as great as they are, doing their own cosplays and versions of, especially Tarantino, of older things, because even his contemporary movies are just, like Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, and the Kill Bill movies aren't even in any reality, really, are all 70s movies, essentially, but other than the fact that they're
made in the 90s.
Made in the 90s.
Yeah.
But so that's something we've talked about and noticed is that, and then somebody like Soderbergh, who just isn't making good movies, period. these days, or at least interesting movies, is making movies for the most part in the modern day. It's just that we don't care about them.
We've talked about how the quote new generation, which consists kind of Damien Chazelle, Barry Jenkins, both of them, made hot contemporary successes back in 2015 with Moonlight and La La Land.
And then, even Moonlight is sort of a period piece, but it is more in the modern day.
But then, Chazelle's next movie is First Man. His next movie after that, Babylon, going to be set in the late 20s, early 30s. Jenkins just came off doing both Beale Street Could Talk and Underground Railroad, which are both, one set in a period a long time ago, comparatively, kind of antebellum South. But then even that, late 60s, 70s, whenever that was. So, again, I feel like I'm weird complaining about this because I love period pieces and I love that. But there is a weird urgency of why aren't some of our favorite filmmakers making movies about the modern day?
I feel like one of the last truly modern things to be made and released was We Are Who We Are, the TV show, the miniseries by Luca Guadagnino. That felt incredibly urgently, and even that is a period piece of around the 2016 election. But even still, it's so much about even past that. And that is the last truly modern thing that I've seen, along with, which I haven't seen, but something like Euphoria. And that doesn't mean, and I'm not saying we have to reflect youth as the only thing that is going on right now.
Well, that's usually the only contemporary things that get made are the youth, as opposed to, well, what about people in their 40s right now, or people in their 70s right now? I mean, there are various ways you can adapt these kind of things, but
because that's what's frustrating. I've had personal friends say this, and if you're hearing this, no offense to you, love you, babes, but that I've known people recently, and I kind of felt this way too in the immediate, but this was back in like May of last year when this was being said, or even April, whenever. They were like, I don't want to see any movies or anything made about COVID. I'm done with it already, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
And at the first moment they said that, I kind of agreed, because I was like, okay, you're going to get these movies like, what was it called? That Host, or no, what that movie? It was all filmed during the pandemic. It's like those Unfriended movies, whatever. I think it was called Host. I think, and stuff like that was made in that moment, or these other movies I think and it probably was being made before then. But there was that I can't remember the name of it. That South Korean movie that was a zombie movie that came out kind of around. So and I get that. We're already tired of it. It's but that. We need that reflection of reality now more than ever.
Also, not only do we need it, it will happen.
Right. So
don't deny it.
Yeah.
I mean, don't mean you want to see them, but there will undoubtedly there will be a lot of bad ones. But guess what? There will be some good ones in the mix too that get made about it.
And
you don't go through something this societally transformative and not expect that it's going to get depicted in art,
especially in television.
Television I think has a more immediate lifeline to do that.
Gets made and put out a lot quicker, and that we've seen that. I mean, we were seeing stuff for that show All Rise or whatever on CBS, and it was people wearing those face shields, and they're wearing their judge robes, and it just looks laughable, but it's well, that's what reality is, So I appreciated that about a lot of television that was garbage anyway, but so therefore. That's a long way of saying I would have liked PTA to have made a more modern day movie.
And who knows, maybe the next one will be, we don't know, but it seems as though after 20 plus years almost of not doing that, then it's hard to get too excited at the prospect of his next movie will be something a little different. But again, also, I mean, it goes without saying, Cooper Hoffman is Philip Seymour Hoffman's son. And there were some memes and some, not even memes, but just pictures going around of him talking on the phone in this, juxtaposed with Hoffman in Magnolia, and it's very sweet just to think about that PTA's working with the son of one of his greatest collaborators in Philip Seymour Hoffman. So, obviously, for any little minor criticisms we say about this, we're going to be there day one.
Tom Waits throwing alcohol through the air.
Oh yeah, and we were talking about this, that this is the first time Tom Waits has worked with PTA. We love Tom Waits as well. There better be a 45-minute reel on the Blu-ray that's just excised weight stuff, like the weights, the weights cut or whatever. You know what I mean? So, and I don't know how true this is. By the way, Johnny Greenwood is scoring it according to Wikipedia. And I looked at IMDb. This has not been confirmed, but according to Wikipedia, the runtime for this is 100 minutes. I do not know if that actually is what the movie's going to be.
Oh, yes.
But so that's
gotta say, by the way, I make my predictions.
Okay. You know. Yep. Let's hear it. Yeah.
Now it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
So know that. I know. I keep doubling down. It keeps not happening.
Yeah.
I don't know when Otto Preminger actually passed away.
Let me look that up right now.
So maybe we should do that before I even. Well,
I think he would have left. I think he would have lived through.
Yeah, but I think that guy in the trailer that says "Listen, young lady" is Otto Preminger. So
it looks a lot like him from that angle. He died in 1986. So
okay, we're safe
in the realm of.
I don't know if he was making movies past then. Of course, it's not going to be him. But Levi Huffman knows that.
But you gotta double down.
He doubles down.
Yeah.
I was right though about my last prediction about Candyman, which I did not see. But that so spoiler on that. Now I'll go ahead and say that
Coleman
Domingo was sort of a villain in the movie.
Yes.
I was right on that. That wasn't hard to tell, but I was right. So
that's quite good, actually. By the way, I think I've said that.
I didn't see it.
So,
anyways,
we're gonna definitely be seeing Licorice Pizza. We'll definitely be talking about it right after it comes out. So, expect to hear more on that. We love PTA, so we'll be there.
So, listen, young lady.
It's interesting that we were talking about kind of period pieces / the sons of actors taking on roles similar to their fathers or whatnot, because that's very much at play with the latest film in the Sopranos verse, which is hard. It's a weird thing to swallow and say. The Many Saints of Newark recently just dropped on HBO Max as well as in theaters. We planned to try to see it in theaters, but the timing didn't quite work out for our schedule, so we decided we'll watch it on the good old HBO Max,
which actually worked,
and looked good.
Yeah, which is rare.
Both of those things to be checked.
Yeah.
So I think we previewed talking about this trailer a few episodes ago by this point.
Yeah.
So again, this is a prequel film set in the Newark DeMeo crime family, which is of course was very much at play in the Sopranos TV show. I'll say one thing about this movie, among many things, is that I didn't go into it expecting it to quote be on par with the Sopranos.
Yeah.
If not one of the greatest television shows in the history of the medium.
We were talking about this in the car earlier, that I don't know why people would assume that people think that or ever would think that, and it doesn't. But yes, so that's strange that people would even assume.
And it comes at a time that there was a really great little New York Times article that was recently just written. I'll see if I can find it here. That was basically about the younger fandom that has accumulated around the show, called "Why Is Every Young Person in America Watching The Sopranos?" Which actually is talking about and kind of tracing a phenomenon that has specifically been noticed around the beginning of COVID that has happened over the last year and a half, of younger people getting into Sopranos for the first time and kind of wondering how or why has that happened. A lot of it, I think, has to do with the availability of HBO Max, it seems as though, because, we're not exactly binge watchers, obviously, but we're no strangers to being younger people watching shows that are several decades old by this point via streaming. You've recently been watching some of Newhart, I know.
Bob Newhart. The Bob Newhart show, not Newhart.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes, but yes.
Yeah.
And not Bob, one of his other shows after Newhart.
And it's kind of talking about why this is, and there's all these like younger fan podcasts now, and Michael Imperioli even has his own podcast, and he even narrates this movie, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
We're going to talk about spoilers about the movie, by the way, so if you don't want to hear any of that,
just go ahead and skip ahead.
Somewhere.
Yeah. And so I just think it is fascinating that this show has a staying power. Now, it's also naturally, well, the show's just a brilliant work of genius. Of course it's going to stick around. But there is something in particular, I think, about younger people that are gravitating towards the show. I think part of it has to do with a lot of younger people. It's a window into the world they were born into in terms of the way the world looked, in terms of the way the kitchen looks or the way that, the logos of look at that. That was when the Coke logo looked like that on the soda, 2 liters. You know what I mean? Just like, and this.
Well, you're talking about people our age, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's both.
Okay.
I think is just, and for those who are younger than us, even it's a way to say, oh, this is the world my parents kind of existed in, or like my older brothers or sisters or whoever. You know what I mean? It's like a window into the recent past. But also talked a lot about the themes of the show and how that might relate to people frustrated with, quote, late capitalism and all this stuff. I recommend you read it. It's pretty good. But
mental health as well, I'm sure.
That too, mental health, and then it kind of, the whole article ends with, if you remember towards the end of the show, AJ is just a complete screw up the whole time. And he says, I want to become a helicopter pilot. If I get good enough, maybe Donald Trump will hire me. He says, and that forever's connected now to the show, obviously, and what that legacy means.
Yeah.
And so this arrives in the wake of kind of this renewed, and I should say, it's weird to say renewed appreciation, because from the jump, this show was critically acclaimed, beloved, won tons of Emmys, rating smash. But it does say that even 20 years after it's started, and 10 plus years, nearly 15 years after it's been over, that it is still a show that people love, watch, appreciate, admire, pick apart. So this movie is an attempt to do a prequel of sorts. Now, there had been a prequel movie that's been teased, even I think since the very beginning of when the show was on, that Chase was talking about the idea of maybe going and talking about Tony's dad, or Uncle Dickie, who's a figure who's mentioned a lot over the course of the show in passing, who's Christopher's dad, and was a sort of a uncle, father-esque like figure, in some ways more than his own dad, to Tony, even more so than his father was. It's a big question, so, and we're gonna talk a while about this. And again, spoilers for those, as Levi said earlier, for this movie. We recommend you watch it before you maybe listen to us talk about it, or if you're comfortable with it, then just stick around, I guess. What does this movie do for you for the, quote, Sopranos lore, and or how does it exist in its own terms in that?
Of course it doesn't. I guess nothing. I mean, as far as it didn't need to exist, as we know. But I really quite liked it, which is surprising.
I did too. I just
because I know a lot of people aren't liking it, and even people we're very close to don't really like it. I don't know. I found it not to be too trifling, not to be heavy on, look at what I felt like it was a new enough story for me that, and some of the stuff with Tony was a little bit of the least interesting stuff to me.
Yeah. Though Michael Gandolfini's performance is spot on. Playing the part his dad obviously made famous.
But that didn't do a whole lot for me. But I think it is interesting, though. The one thing about it that I really like, as far as that goes, is that it, and we knew this in the show, I think this is something people forget, it's how smart Tony actually is.
Yeah.
And how interested in history he is, and very...
And not necessarily in an intellectualized way, but he's a guy who, a scene that I always talk about and point to, and it seems like a very minor thing, is the scene, it's towards the beginning of season 2 or 3, I can't quite remember, where he goes in, he's having a meeting with the capos, and he's with Seal, which, by the way, Seal makes an appearance in this and was hilariously played by that actor. I'll look him up here in a second. I can't remember his name.
Who's Steve Van Zandt?
No, well, the guy who played him in Seal and this.
Oh, John McGarrett.
Yeah, he was almost perfect as Seal impression, basically.
Yeah.
But a scene that always sticks out to me with Tony's intelligence is when he goes to meet with the capos and he says to them, "I want to know why there's no growth in this family's receipts." And I don't know what the backstory behind this is, but I always imagine Tony, he caught like a good 10, 15 minutes of CNBC that morning and was really listening to them the way they talked about stocks or the way they talk about business, and was genuinely interested as someone who himself sees himself as a, quote, entrepreneur or businessman, and is like, I'm going to throw around some terms like that in this meeting, I've got to go do. And they immediately do not respond. They're like, what? And he immediately abandons that sense of intelligence and just gets right down to, where's the effing money? I just love that moment of him trying to, again, he's he didn't go to college, but he is, like you said, a clearly intelligent guy, and that just being immediately wiped away, like, all right, I'm going to just use the language you understand. Where's the effing money? And then they all have these excuses for why,
and And so I think really the most important scene in the movie, in a lot of ways, is that scene in the principal's office, where the principal's talking to, oh, poor you, Vera Farmiga.
Oh, she was pretty spot on as Livia Sprand, one of the most dreadful characters ever conceived or created.
And I was shaking my head as he was saying that. Yeah, based on Chase's own mother, by the way.
Yeah.
Because,
I love the story, but you're probably going to say this, but that Stephen Van Zandt was reading the script and was like, there's no Italian mother I know that is like this. This is just so extreme. And then said Chase just kind of shrugged and goes, well, that's my mother. Right? And then Van Zandt was, okay.
He's Italian-American, so but that there's this whole meeting between the principal and her and saying, he's very intelligent, he's a leader, he's enthusiastic, and she's just like, oh, like, please, so that I think that it's interesting, of course, therefore, that he could have, John Magaro, as Silvio, said this to Dickie in that one scene. He's like, he can do something more than even this, like above this thing of ours. He used the language. And that ultimately, spoiler, Dickie's death is the thing that definitively makes him say, no, you know what, I am going to do this whole thing and going to be in the mafia, as Donald Sutherland would say.
But as he later tells his daughter, there is no mafia.
But so I think that we didn't need to know that, but I think that's just something that we knew in the show that I think it further confirms that I find interesting. But
we will say, and again, this is a spoiler of sorts, especially for the end of the movie, that in the show, Uncle Dickie's death was rumored to be the murder of a cop, that they weren't exactly sure who it was. But then later on, Tony traps, or kind of tells, I should say, well, either one, Christopher, that's the guy who killed your father, and then Christopher kills that man. Still not being 100% sure that he was the one who did it, but decides, I'm going to tell myself that was, so that justifies that.
Yeah.
The revelation in this movie, which I'm not even totally sure they knew when they were writing the show, was that Junior was actually behind Dickie's death. He hired a guy to do that, kill him, because he was insulted by him laughing at him when he, and not just that, there were other kind of power struggles of sorts, but that Junior himself was behind, played by Corey Stoll in the movie.
I think it's pretty good, Junior.
Yeah, and I remember seeing Chase talk about in that interview I've referenced already with Sepinwall, that he thought Corey Stoll did such a great job, but in his mind, Junior was always just an old man, and this is depicting him as, well, he's not an old man yet, on the path to being one, but like that. I mean, a name like Corrado, imagine a little kid named Corrado Soprano, you know what I mean? That's just hard to wrap your head around, but, and it is interesting that, again,
like Corrado Soprano.
That was a revelation that this movie is like, oh, so Junior was behind that the whole time, and we know what a killer instinct Junior has anyways, that he can just be the most evil man in the room, but just sit back and look like just some grouchy, crotchety old man.
Yeah, because a lot of the movie, he's taken all this like verbal abuse, and he kind of smiles and shakes it or nods his head, but he's thinking, I'm going to kill you. Like, I didn't think that in the moment, but
you look back on
I kind of like, the whole time he was thinking, I'm going to have him killed at some point. I will do it. You know?
Right.
So, in that sense, that's another revelation. The other, I think the most inherently interesting things about the movie, number one, is Dickie Moltisanti as a character. The movie is about, he is the main character of the movie.
Yeah.
And he's not the most interesting character in the world. I mean, he's like any other mobster, whatever.
Yeah.
But it didn't just try to totally make it a young Tony movie.
Yeah, should be said, Dickie was played by Alessandro Nivola, who's a really good actor. He played a good little part in Most Violent Year, I remember. Leslie Odom Jr., let me just go through the cast real quick, just to talk about who's in this. Leslie Odom Jr. is Harold McBrayer, or Breyer, I believe is how you say it, who's basically a guy who, well, him and Dickie were in high school together, I think it said at some point years ago, or they knew each other, they played football together maybe, and they were kind of friends early on, but then Harold wants to go off and kind of do his own thing, and that it puts them into conflict, and they'll be able to numbers game. Vera Farmiga, as we said, is Livia Soprano. John Barenthal is Johnny Soprano. He's not in this a whole lot, and I think that speaks to, frankly, if you know the show Sopranos, of how Tony views his own father as a kind of a warped sense of, he holds him as a hero, but he's also resentful that he wasn't really around as much either. As we said, Corey Stoll is Junior. Ray Liotta, we should say, he plays two parts.
Stay out of his life.
His twin brothers, Hollywood Dick Moltisanti and Salvatore Sally Moltisanti. Yeah. So he plays, again, two parts. What do we want to say about Ray Liotta in this? I know it should be said that I think Ray Liotta was approached several times about maybe being a character on The Sopranos when it was originally on. So it is kind of cool in a meta way to see Henry Hill be interloped in the Sopranos lore, so
because Lorraine Bracco already had been, Tony Sirico already had been, different people. Yeah, different people. That
Paul Sorvino never ended up in it.
No, which is kind of surprising. But I think that I think it's really interesting because his Hollywood Dick performance is really over the top and really annoying.
Intentionally so,
right.
but it is okay. Ray Liotta doing this,
and I'll get to the evil of Dickie Moltisanti in a few minutes. But that when he kills him, because he kills his own father, which is just like, wow,
beats his head in
and later
steering wheel,
drowns his mistress who was his father's wife.
Yeah.
So figure all that out.
Yeah.
But that when he goes to do it and he gets in the car, he's like, "Where are you going?" And Liotta said, Hollywood Dick says, "My doctor changed my blood thinners," and he might not should have been on a blood thinner after what happened to him immediately after. Yeah. But I think that's a really annoying performance. But I really was interested in the twin performance because
it was totally different.
That character was. We were talking about this earlier after the fact that he had been put in jail because he had killed a made man at like age 25.
So if you do the math, we've been in like the late 20s or early 30s.
Right. So he's been in jail forever,
Yeah.
And that he just has this whole, this kind of seems obvious, this whole way of looking at things that is so foreign to everybody else in the movie.
Yeah. Which naturally, if you spend that many time behind bars,
which is very clairvoyant. In a lot of ways, and people think, oh, he's just whatever, but it's like, oh, he actually is pretty, right on about a lot of these things. Even other than because
you can tell he sees through Dickie. Oh, and he knows that he's, all these people dying around you, huh? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, because there's the whole thing. He's like, my brother never got his hands dirty. He's like, don't you think it's strange? He would have went there and did that, and he's like, well, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. And he's like, okay. Basically, he's like, that's what's funny is he never challenges him on it. He's just like, oh, you killed my brother, and
also directly tells him you need to leave your nephew alone.
Stay out of his life.
Yeah,
But anyway, so I really love that character, and I think that it's very interesting in the sense of being a late performance Liotta.
Yeah.
It's kind of like his swan song in a lot of ways, even though he's still going to be acting for some years, I would assume. But that it's kind of a, so like I said, sort of a swan song in a lot of ways. I don't want to, like,
I know what you mean.
Put him in the ground already or anything. But because he's still ain't that old. But it's an interesting performance from him in an era of a lot of.
Well, as funny as the Hollywood Dick performance was, like, it was getting a little tiresome. You're like, oh, I'm glad that guy's dead. But then you're also like, I kind of wish to see Liotta more in it, and then he comes in as this twin, and a totally different performance.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's bad to say, but sometimes I need reminding that Ray Liotta is actually a pretty good actor.
Yeah,
and so that definitely did that.
I mean, you see stuff like, which we love it, but him in Kill Them Softly, like, I did it. Like, his whole just like, Marky Trapman, in that movie. Yeah. Later, someday, we'll go all the way down that rabbit hole.
And really figure out, what happened to Dylan. We want to explore that.
Dylan's dead.
Yeah.
He died this morning. But anyway, I really liked him in the movie, which is strange.
It was a very welcome surprise.
Yeah,
I think.
And I knew he was going to be in the movie, but I thought it was going to stop with the Hollywood.
Well, just to show you sometimes how trailers can just ruin things. he very clearly kills the first Leota. And
Yeah.
that shows you can't kill Leota. There's always another one waiting in the wings. And lights him on fire, and it's like definitive. This guy's dead.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And I was like, but I was thinking about the trailer. It's like, what about the stay out of his life scene?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, how can that happen? And it kind of inherently told me, well, there's going to be another Leota, and then what is it? And then he comes in, and so
well, that's our thing. Well, we had said it while we were watching it. We were like, oh, he just must not be. They must have just filmed that for the trailer. We were like, okay, and then we were like. And I was like, oh, that's his twin brother. Because I was like, what is this, a dream?
Right.
Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Well, then there was that weird dream sequence or, like, fantasy sequence of him being a baseball coach. What was that, by the way?
For, like, blind kids. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know what that was. I was like, what? Yeah. But, which was interesting. But,
and, those moments and the very end of the movie, too, are the most the movie tinkered with the surrealism that was inherent to the show.
Like we didn't see Mother Mary again.
Yeah, and that's one thing I wanted to say too, and I don't think this is really a problem with the movie. This is just inherently what happens when you take something as expansive as that TV show and adapt it to a movie. Is, that movie gets the slight or the stereotype, even the people who love it, oh, it's a mob show. It's about the mafia. It's about gangsters. The movie's about that, but it's also about marriage. It's about parenthood. It's about growing up in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's about psychoanalysis. It's about drug abuse, prescription drug abuse. It's about class. It's about politics. I mean, it's about America, and not in a corny, cheesy way. It's like about all these moving parts about America, and it feels so big. And naturally, as the show goes on, and any show that's in its last season starts to cut off some of the fat, and it's like, all right, now it's going to be about this very tightly idea about what it is. And, it's very famous, part of the origin story of The Sopranos is that for Chase, he was attempting to make a script, a movie version of basically the Tony Melfi relationship. That would have been what the movie would have been about. And he couldn't get it made, and he hates TV. And he's like, well, better as a movie, but then I had to make it as a TV show. In a weird way, he got what he wanted with this as the writer, and he was supposed to direct this. I'd heard that his family had some medical emergencies that he wasn't allowed to do it. And Alan Taylor, who directed a lot of the episodes of Sopranos, stepped in to do it. But in a weird way, he has to know what a brilliant work The Sopranos was, at least to an extent, in the sense that it could be about all those things. And this movie, by contrast, while really good, can only be about maybe a handful of those things, because it has to be a movie that's 2 hours long, and it just cannot be about everything.
2 hours, it's 120 minutes.
And I know he's complained often about movies being too long, and so I know that he was probably intentionally like, it's going to be this.
Yeah, and I say this in a good way. It feels pretty long. It fits a lot in there, even for it being about so few things, I think.
Yeah.
But
and I mean, it's obviously trying to thread the needle between Dicky Moltisanti while being talked about being a quote new character that we're going to meet him and all, versus there's Tony, there's Seal, there's Paulie.
I was kind of underwhelmed by the Paulie performance, by the way. Which, let me say, that's nothing against the guy who played him, because you cannot play Paulie. You cannot be Tony Sirico.
Yeah, and I know that I know Chase had also said some of the for Michael Gandolfini playing his father, that was a fairly straightforward path and understanding of him to do that. Some of the performances though were so specific and so just what it is. That actor, Bill Magnuson, I think that's how you say it.
Oh yeah, that guy.
He's been on Boardwalk Empire.
It's weird because I didn't recognize him, but that is definitely him.
Yeah, that getting a lot of just the hand gestures and so much of that stuff is really just so idiosyncratic and weird that it's hard to replicate that, so to speak.
We're gonna have a problem.
Yeah,
I did it, but you couldn't see it. But
and so. Some of that was easy. For some actors, it was easier than others because...
because that's what's weird is that Silvio, you can tell, is a little bit of a put-on.
Yeah.
It seems like a performance in itself in the show.
Right,
it seems like he's performing all the time.
Right.
so that it's easier, I think, to do something like that.
And
Even though
obviously
that is,
there's a lot of humor with his hair in this.
Yeah,
Some moments.
and that's quite a feat. Let me say, I'm not saying that's an easy performance, but that just seems like that would have been easier than Paulie's.
Another thing the movie randomly made me remember sometimes that I forgot about the show is the age difference between Seal and Tony.
Yeah, because I forget that sometimes.
It's at least a good 5-6 years or more, I think. And the show, it almost acts like they kind of quote grew up together, and loosely they would have.
Yeah.
But that was an adjustment mentally. I had to remember. I was like, Paul and Silvio and Tony were a little. Sil was a little older,
Yeah.
And also Carmela makes a brief one scene appearance
with the West Caldwell.
Yeah.
West Caldwell.
It looks like Letterman jacket.
Yeah.
Also, we didn't get any Tony B in this, which we were wondering if we would.
Yeah.
We
didn't get any beef and sausage by the Blake.
We did get some Artie.
Yeah.
Bucco, though.
Yeah, which was
smoking
random.
him and Tony sharing a cigarette.
Yeah.
So I think we would agree.
And then that was him that he beat up when he said, "What did you say?" or whatever. Wasn't that him?
No, I think it was somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Artie would have came back with a rifle pointing it at him. Remember that whole scene? Yeah. I mean, again, I think mine anyways. Expectations were slightly lower because the buzz around it was a little bit on the lower side. But I still thought it was a pretty good little movie. And again, as you said earlier, it being 2 hours, it has a David Chase sensibility to it in terms of the way it paces itself. It sometimes almost, and I kind of admire this, feels plotless. It's almost like, they're going to come to blows at some point, them being Dickie and Harold. But we're not gonna rush it. We're gonna, let's just gonna do this here, a little bit of that.
Well, and I was gonna say, I think the other best thing about the movie is the Harold stuff, because that's a good portion of the movie, and inherently, I think, is if you would have trimmed down just a little bit more of the kind of Lega prequel,
right?
I guess Lega sequel prequel thing about it, then I think that's ultimately what the movie really would have been more about.
Yeah.
But I think that's the most interesting of it. Covers the race riots of Newark.
And sets up the dynamic between Harold and Dickie. And even early on, like, remember that scene? There's these scenes where Harold stops by.
Yeah.
And how all the other, obviously, Italian mobsters hold him in contempt, hold him as lesser than. There's that first scene where he comes in that, Dickie and him kind of have a little bit more of a connection. That he sees him not, I don't know if he'd say he's an equal, but he treats him with more respect than these other ones do, in part because of their shared history. But then when push comes to shove, that goes out the window, and it's going to be us versus them mentality.
And I think that what's so interesting about that Harold character, Leslie Odom Jr. is great, always, so he's really good in this. But that he goes to that kind of like performance art thing that's just like Black
that
Power.
Beat poetry almost.
And I feel like it's interesting to kind of tie the Black Power movement with black gangsters in the sense that they were, like, in his case, he was like, I'm tired of working for these, white people.
Oh, yeah, I mean, even the counterculture had an imprint, and even, like, organized crime of that era would have even filtered into those attitudes.
And then he decided, well, I want to do my own thing. Frank Lucas is in the movie very briefly, and obviously, pretty much the biggest African American gangster in history,
played by Denzel in American Gangster.
And that I think it's interesting that it tied that a lot to that in the sense of this own mini movement within organized crime that I think is the most interesting thing about the movie. Period. That I would have actually liked to have seen more of that.
Well, I think early on we speculated. I remember we had talked about this in the previous episode. Like, the ideal movie for this, to me, would have been really a lot more of that stuff and maybe a second-tier Sopranos prequel kind of thing. It didn't decide to exactly go that direction.
It was like a little more in the middle.
Yeah.
That, to a point where I think it was still successful.
Yeah.
But I would have liked it a little more in that direction. But, I think, and I think it was such an interesting and very shrewd move, because at the very end of the movie, I said it, they had the kind of even beginning credits stinger that happens where basically that Harold's moving in a new, place, and that there's this white guy there that's looking like all these, black people moving in on my block or whatever, and he just kind of looks at him, and I swear I thought, somebody's going to drive by and kill him, whatever.
Yeah.
Because I would have assumed that they would have blamed Dickie's death on him. But plus, they had bad blood already anyway for killing other made men, in the process. But that I was very impressed and happy that didn't happen, that it was like, no, nobody's going to be coming after him, and that worked out, unless there's some sequel potential going on here.
Which Chase and Michael Gandolfini have both expressed interest in maybe pursuing.
And so I really liked that stuff in the movie, and I thought that was the best new addition, which is in itself a kind of totally alternative story of the Sopranos that often was the black gangs and gangsters in the show were frankly very what's the word I'm looking for, I guess, like passe and pretty basic and stereotyped,
some would say that too about even the Italian-American gangsters.
Sure, yeah. And and I felt like they tried to deal with that in the show somewhat.
Well, that was actively conversations the characters themselves were having.
Yes, but I felt like this was a way more interesting version of such a thing that I think is really, in a lot of ways, deep down, like I've said multiple times now, what the movie really should have been.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like what happened with, and this movie is far better than Godfather Part 3, but it's kind of like what happened with The Godfather Part 3, where it's like, it would be better if it weren't a Godfather movie. Like, this would be better if it weren't a Sopranos movie.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I think we had said, too, that Chase only knew he could get this type of project made if it was Sopranos related. But, but again, the movie didn't shy away from that. It embraced that very openly.
I feel like he did want to make a prequel.
Yeah.
I think that much is clear.
Yeah.
But I think he also had an idea for another thing that frankly could have been another movie, but I think I still think the dichotomy works. It's just this movie actually has a lot of moving parts that I wasn't expecting. That there's actually a lot happening.
Yeah.
And in that sense, I guess, what did you think of the mistress character in the movie?
So, yeah, that character was, again, Hollywood Dick had... we're going to say her name. I can't quite remember what it was. Had brought her over from Italy to, let's see, Giuseppina
Monsanti,
played by Michele
de Rossi.
Yeah. She was good, and she was one of the saddest aspects of the movie, I think, because she was brought over by this American man who abused her, who, really didn't see her as an individual. She then falls in love with Dickie, and they have an affair. And then he's obviously not giving her the attention she needs, and so he then cheats on him with Harold, and then she's killed by Dickie. And that was a really sad statement to me in some ways. And the show also played with this, and so this is a way that I think this, I don't know if improved upon the show, but like took something about the show and did it in another way, is about these own characters' relationship to their Italian heritage, so to speak.
Yeah.
That it's something that's frankly more of a necklace than an actual intrinsic part of their identity.
Yeah.
Because you remember the episode famously in season 2 where they went over to Italy to visit and try to make these connections with the Italian mafia. And
Paulie's like, "Where's the gravy?"
And they make fun of him, think he's a baboon, basically, which they might not be wrong.
Yeah.
And the sense of melancholy that they all feel in various ways when they go over there, and it's not quite what they envisioned. That they expected Vito from The Godfather 2. They thought that was going to be their vision of, and Carmela, and it comes up multiple times that Carmela says even about Tony that he loves both of them, but he likes the second one a little better, especially when Vito goes back to Italy. He really loved that, and he was hoping that his trip to Italy would be that. But that in reality, these people, while they cling to this sense of, I'm an Italian-American, they might know a little bit of the language, but even, you remember too, when she's like yelling at Dickie, that he understands some of it, says, I don't compete all that, but like, whatever. that there is this sense of that, you know, we consider ourselves Italian American, but ultimately that's just a signpost for this sense of American capitalism and greed that we're given into just like everybody else. And that's just more of a cultural signpost to make us think that we're really more different than we are. And so I think in a lot of ways she functions not only as a tragic character in her own right, but also as a representation of these characters' uneasy relationship to this Italian heritage that, again, they see more as a status symbol than they do actually as a genuine aspect of their personalities or their identities.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, I don't want to speak on this because I know very little about it. But, you know, you see a lot of, like, actual modern-day Italian gangster movies like Gomorrah or stuff like that. That's a totally different, you know, criminal underworld than, like, the American mafia. It is...
which approaches extinction now, anyways.
That is a very violent and turbulent and much more youthful, actually, expression of organized crime that came from that, but it's morphed into its own other things. I don't know a whole lot about this, so I don't want to, you know, act like I'm an expert on it, but what I see of that, a little bit I know about it, it seems like a totally different, removed thing from that. So, yeah, it is interesting, like you said, that that's not a...
And again, I think her character is a very sad, tragic one because she clearly just, like, wants to be loved and this whole promise, even at that point, of what America was, when America was also in the midst of tearing itself apart. But directly with the Newark riots, something like that. And one of the most gripping moments of the movie was in the midst of all that, obviously, when he has his own father, who he just murdered, sitting beside him in the car as he's driving to go get rid of the body in the midst of all the riots going on. And there's literally like basically like a mini tank going by with all these National Guardsmen, and they look at him and they go, "Oh, let him through. He's white." They say that quite literally out in the open. And that, well, he just murdered somebody,
and he's laying there dead.
And like they're worried about somebody stealing a TV or two or something, which you know, against the law or whatever. But I mean, he's literally, there's a dead man that he just killed or whatever.
Yeah,
and so,
I feel like that's kind of the statement of the movie in a lot of ways, that
that he's just going to be able to get away with that, and who cares? Yeah. Do you want to see more of these Sopranos stories?
You know what's weird? Why not? I never thought I'd say something like that, but I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, you know, do we need it? No.
But do we need a lot of things that we get? No.
So if you're gonna do it like this, if we're gonna get to see us like this, as he would say, then, you know, I mean, it's not the best thing in the world, but it I feel like was very interesting in a lot of things it wanted to say that are actually more illuminating and edifying and interesting than something that could have been maybe a little better.
Sure.
Too.
Yeah.
So no, not really, but yeah.
I know. As we said earlier, Tony B was one of my favorite characters in the show in season 5 with Buscemi. I would be interested to see some further delvance between him and Tony, or even like a little bit more about Tony and Carmela's courtship before they maybe became married, or their early years of marriage. I think that's something that could be an interesting avenue to explore. Because Carmelo, played brilliantly by Edie Falco, is, I think, one of the best things about The Sopranos. And suffered a lot of hatred by fans in a similar way that
Skylar
White on Breaking Bad did.
Which makes no sense to me.
What's fascinating is Carmela is actually a little bit more complicit in Tony's lifestyle than Skylar was in Walt's. But anyways, I think any of those things would be interesting to see. It's one of those things too, like that whole, and this is something that was only possible in that season 5, is that whole triumvirate of Tony B, and Christopher. Of that, like, you know, Christopher always felt like he was so close to Tony, and Tony was his mentor, and then here comes Tony B out of prison, and they actually are closer than him. And that whole relationship was ultra fascinating to me.
Right.
Also, it was, I think, announced or said that there was an additional scene shot for the movie with Edie Falco as Carmela that would have been 2021 Carmela that was not put in there. I don't know what the decision behind that was or what that even was exactly.
That would have been problematic because that would give a definitive
I think
statement.
that's ultimately what it came down to, is they didn't want to give an ultimate definitive statement. What did you think about Christopher himself, like, being the narrator? And it's not even heavily throughout.
I thought that was interesting in the sense of, I mean, it seems kind of hokey and stupid, but I thought it was interesting in the sense that he literally said, I think it hits us. It just hits differently, you know. But it hits a certain way when you hear him saying, "This is the man that killed me," and it's this little boy,
right?
You know, I think that, and that's a very, maybe that sounds kind of cheap way to do something like that, but I think that's a very effective, interesting way to do something like that. Of that, that he's speaking from beyond the grave, of course, and that. You know, it's
adds an eeriness and a haunted nature to the film. Yeah,
because early on, I was at the first second I heard, I was like, okay, I don't know about this, and then within like 30 seconds, I was like, oh, this is a little bit, you know.
It should be said too. Last thing we might say about this, unless you have anything to add,
No,
there are some allusions to Tony's ultimate fate in the movie. One of which, the earlier there's two versions of Tony actually, because the movie takes place, I don't know if about half, nearly, 1967 and then 1971. So there is a younger version than Tony than the Michael Gandolfini
because
version.
Michael Gandolfini's only in the second half of the movie.
Yeah. And of him talking about somebody being murdered in a restaurant or somewhere, and he says something to Uncle Dick like, I wouldn't want to be that to happen to me.
Yeah.
As an allusion, of course, to his death, or possible, or whatever the conclusion of The Sopranos is. And then also even what I thought the movie was going to end on, and I kind of think it should have in some ways. It went on a little longer, but that's fine. Of him, he was being told, I'm going to, Uncle Dick, meet with him that next day, and him waiting in that little diner for him to come, and he never shows up. That in of itself felt like it was, you know, not being hammy, but like Tony waiting in a diner for something that's never going to quite come to pass, or does, you know, that whole sense of waiting or longing, that to me felt like a quoting of the movie.
Well, and Ray Liotta talked a lot in that one section about the wanting he kept talking about, and I feel like that's what the whole story is ultimately about, is greed, clearly, but also wanting things more than that weren't provided for these people, and that's why they became who they are ultimately. And that
one of the central conceits as well for Tony at the very beginning of season 1, even through the whole show of his sessions with Melfi, is this whole idea that like, it was easier back in my dad's day. Like that's when, or not easier necessarily, but like that those were the quote good old days, and like, you know, I wish I was born back then. I'm at the end of this whole phenomenon, and well, it wasn't exactly easy or all that back then. I mean, and that's an interesting counterpoint. I think that was intentional to say, back then they were feeling like, if not outright extinction, they still had this new competition that they had to deal with in the midst of all these cultural crises. As a way to say, even Tony's own conceptions of his father's generation were not exactly true, or were flawed, as someone who was even kind of there and saw it as a child, you know. So I think all in all, this makes for an interesting addition to the Sopranos.
It's a whole lot better than El Camino, which for some reason got better reception and reviews than this did. And I find this to be quite a bit better.
It should be said, though, and I know you would agree with this, that Better Call Saul is also part of the
now that's
Breaking
great.
Bad verse.
That's the best thing in it. So but with El Camino, it was a sequel, and it got to exactly the same ending as
you're kind of like, what was all that about?
So whereas this, you know, was more, but you didn't need it, but it filled in some interesting gaps, and so
And last thing I'll say, I promise, about this, is that
we got to get to those.
So much of, I've heard David Chase say this over and over again, and he's a misanthrope, so I know he feels miserable about everything. It's kind of what's almost charming about him. Is how much, when you watch Sopranos, and you really notice this the more you watch it and the more times you've seen it, is how often people are lying to one another all the time. Everybody's lying, whether it be Tony sitting with people in Satriale's, whether it be to his wife, whether it be to his therapist. if you see the full structure of who this person is, you just see that all they're doing is lying all the time. Lying to themselves, lying to other people. And even this whole revelation that actually it was Uncle Junior who was the orchestrator of this murder only adds to the dimensioning of the lying and the backstabbing that it's literally the backbone of this whole world to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it goes back to that, making it that even an origin. So, I would recommend watching it. We saw it again on HBO Max.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you have a chance to see it in theater, why not do that?
Yep.
So, speaking of, you know, people basically being objects of terror and destruction from artists who themselves are putting themselves in a position of God, Funny Games from 1997 is what we're going to be delving into today. So, Levi, why don't you hit us up with some of the details of Funny Games?
You ready for this one?
Probably not.
Yeah,
we're gonna do it anyways.
All right. So, Funny Games is a 1997 Austrian psychological thriller film written and directed by Michael Haneke. And the plot, of course, revolves around this family that goes on this kind of
idyllic
vacation
trip,
of a kind of house they own.
Do they own it or they rent it?
I think they own it. I'm pretty sure because I think they're pretty rich.
Yeah, comfortable upper middle class.
And these two, you know, young adult men, you know, infiltrate their home and torture them to death.
It's a fairly easy movie to quote pitch to people or say this is what it's quote about pretty clearly.
Yeah, but it's of course about so many other things on top of that.
I mean, as far as just what the story is, that's like this, you know.
But it's a home invasion movie, but then it's like, of course, directly implicating the audience.
And we've said this last week, and we might talk about this later. He also remade this movie about 10 years later in America. And he wanted to make this movie in English, right?
Yeah, and in America.
In America. But it couldn't get the funding for it at that time.
Right.
So I decided to do this version. And this version did have a cult impact here in America. And it only grew over the years. And I don't even think the later remake he did was all that widely seen even.
No, it was more compared to this movie. I mean, more than anything, and it was kind of a disappointment because it's a shot-for-shot remake
of his own movie.
So it's very strange.
Yeah.
I can run through the cast, but you know, frankly, there are people we haven't seen, and
we're not super familiar with the Austrian film scene.
And the only people I've seen from this in other movies are Ulrich Mu and Arno Frisch, who were both in Benny's Video.
Yeah.
Another Michael Haneke movie. So, you know, but I'll list their names here because they deserve to be mentioned. Suzanne Lothar is Anna Schober. She has a lot she has to do in the movie. She's the mother. And a lot of the movie rests on her, I feel like. And I think she's quite good, you know, for what she has to do.
Yeah.
Ulrich Mu as Georg Schrober. He's, of course, her husband and the father. It's interesting, you know, Bill Jabiri talked about in his write-up for kind of essay for the Criterion Collection, which is very good, that he talked about how, you know, him as a man is a little bit of a different kind of rationale, I guess, than her, because she's far more clairvoyant in knowing that this will not end well.
Right.
But that that he thinks, I can reason with them, and eventually this can be dealt with. And of course, it cannot.
Yeah.
But so he's kind of another instrument, and he has to play. He has to play a hard role too, because he's playing the whole movie having his kneecap smashed by a golf club. So he's having to play pain the whole movie, which is really, that would be a hard performance to.
And it's honestly, it's interesting that you put it in comparison with him and his wife, as all three of the characters who are the victims in this movie have various levels of self-awareness.
Yeah.
The child, obviously, being totally innocent, naive, subject to whatever's going to happen to him. The dad, male character, husband character, thinking, well, there is some escape we can get from this, like maybe we can reason with him or whatever. The wife being very clear to her what's likely going to happen, and then the ultimate level of self-awareness is for our two perpetrators, who themselves are aware that they are in even a movie. It should be said. We'll talk about that notion later.
So yeah, and then Stefan, I'm gonna try to say his name right. Klaczynski as Georgie Schrober Jr. Of course, like you said, I think he's a good child performance for him. He plays innocent very well, I think,
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have Arno Frisch and Frank Gehring as Paul and Peter, who are the two intruders and murderers.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say about them? I mean, I can think of a lot of things I could say. But
I think they're right on the money for what
Yeah.
This movie is trying to communicate about this sense of perverse joy that particularly men of their 20s are looking to exercise throughout the rest of the world or in terror of other people.
Yeah.
I think that they very clearly, among other criticisms I'll say about this movie, one thing I wouldn't say I would say good for it is that they're on the money for what these performances are calling for those characters.
Yeah. Arno Frisch is Paul. I haven't seen Frank Gehring in anything else, so I can't speak to him. But that Frisch, of course, is I said the titular character in Benny's Video, and I'm going to kind of talk about that movie in a little bit when I talk about the other Haneke movies I've seen. But that he is a very interesting. This is a strange thing to say, but I think at least in these two movies, he's very much a John Paul Belmondo of his generation. That he's this kind of young, well-built kind of guy, but he has this kind of, evil about him. Frankly, which Benny's Video is strange because that whole character, he's a young boy. He's not very old, but that. Well, I can kind of talk about that movie.
Yeah.
Go ahead and talk about it now. But that movie is about this pretty well-off boy who has this film camera, or this like kind of, I should say, a video camera, and that he, I guess, accidentally is a strange word to use, but because I don't know how this can be an accident, but accidentally kills this girl friend of his. With a cattle gun in his room and films it. He was filming already, and he has a sense of remorse about it, I guess, but it's very over time. I guess he kind of has a remorse, but you can tell he's been. I mean, like all of Haneke's films, he's been desensitized by television because the movie opens with a pig being killed with a cattle gun on a video recorder, that he likes to watch that for some reason, and that the whole movie's ultimately in the end about his parents, one of them played by the father of Ulrich Mu, that he they're basically helping him get off from it and kind of covering the whole thing up. It's a spoiler to say that in the end, I know you haven't seen the movie, but you probably don't mind, I'm sure, for me to say
I'll
this,
watch it one day. But
that it comes out and he implicates his parents and they go to jail, and he tells on them basically for helping him cover it up. And that it's a very interesting movie that I don't have much of a desire to rewatch. It's a very like most of Haneke's films, they're very it's very unpleasant,
nihilistic
to view. But I think it's an interesting movie, but it's my least favorite of his that I've seen. But anyway, he's quite good in that, more or less, to say.
Yeah.
Arno Frisch, but he's playing a younger performance. Obviously, he's older in this. And then Frank Gehring is Peter. It's interesting that Paul is more of the confident one, and Peter's a little bit more self-conscious and kind of, a more meek, I guess, murderer, I guess is what we call it. And then quickly running through some of these other people. Christoph Banster as Fred Berlinger and Monica Zollinger as Eva Berlinger.
They're like the neighbors.
Yeah, they're the neighbors because the movie starts as that's been happening to them the whole time. Before everything else, and that they say, oh, they're sons of a friend of mine, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's kind of strange because they immediately see that there's something weird going on, but they're like, okay, move on. But what's interesting about the movie is that it tricks you into, because I thought for most of the movie I didn't put two and two together. I thought, why are these people doing this when they're like friends of the neighbor?
Right.
Wouldn't the neighbors be like, why would they not be afraid of this happening next door? And then halfway through the movie, the boy finally goes over to that house to try to get away and finds all the the people dead over there, and you realize, oh, they didn't know them, and they've been moving around and doing this to different people.
Right.
That's also what happens at the end of the movie too, after this family is dead. But so they're barely in the movie, of course. And then Doris Kuntzman as Gerda. She's like another friend of this family's that lives a little ways away, kind of near them, that comes by to see them at one point, and they have to do the same routine, basically, of that.
Yeah.
And then Wolfgang Gluck as Robert. I don't really remember him in the movie. But anyway, so that's all. And of course, it's made in Austria. It's in German primarily, but it was sort of in some of it's in French. And I'm not seeing any money here about it.
But it was successful, I think, on home video and whatnot. Before we dive in much more into this movie, which we have a lot of thoughts to say, I did want us to talk a little bit about this. Is our first foreign language film on the podcast. So naturally, if you hear anything in the background, it's not going to be in English. It's going to be in German or French. And obviously, we primarily watch English language films, being in America. But we do love a lot of foreign language films as well. And one thing, this movie wasn't this for us, but one thing I was thinking about that is interesting and how it relates maybe to the horror genre or whatnot, is that for a lot of people who are getting into movies, genre is the entryway through which people get into other foreign language films, especially horror, I feel like, more than any other thing in the world. But also horror movies, crime films, even some comedies, musicals. I mean, Bollywood. There's a lot of people get into that. And so foreign language films for a lot of people are entered into through the lens of, oh well, I like this. I've heard there's this weird Korean horror movie. I've got to see that, or this Japanese horror movie. I was trying to think for me what got me more into foreign movies. I think honestly it had a lot more to do with directors I liked. Of the new Hollywood generation that I was getting into, saying they were inspired by this, quote, French New Wave or like these other foreign films. And I think for me that was my formal introduction to foreign cinema, was those directors talking about, whether it be Truffaut or Godard or Fellini or Antonioni or, these like... mostly European directors, or art cinema, the European art cinema of the...
Or Kurosawa,
Japan.
Yeah.
Another big one. And for, a lot of people like, a Japanese samurai movie, and like, that's what a lot of Kurosawa's movies have.
And even, I think, for a lot of people, not for me, this was not a thing, but just the cinema of Peter Weir being from Australia, being an international success, or a lot of English films as well, like from England.
So, we in particular, I mean, some of our favorite directors are foreign language directors, and Wim Wenders, he's one of my very favorite directors, but he's also made some movies that are in English and are a little bit more, accented by America in general, like something like Paris, Texas. But I mean, even his, Road Trilogy. I mean, Alice in the City. That some of that takes place in New York, but that's still mostly in German. So I really love those. What about? And it's a very, very big, broad question. We're going to talk about this. What about the joys of foreign language films to you? Do you find, or things that have you responding or going to?
Yeah.
Continually?
Well, it's funny because my joke answer is, it's like if asking me why do I love cake, because it tastes good.
Why do you like movies?
Good. Yeah,
I mean, we got to deal with the honest truth is that most people, maybe even listen to this podcast, and sometimes through no fault of their own, they don't know where to find them, don't watch a lot of foreign language cinema.
Well, and my go-to answer, I guess, that I just came up with is you just get to see movies that are made differently. I mean... And
communicate different worldviews, different lifestyles.
A movie like this does not get made in America. It just does not happen. I mean, horror movies get made. Thrillers get made. There are movies that are far more violent than this that get made here. But a movie like this... and so many other movies, but like this, just pushes the audience to a breaking point that I just don't think that mainstream American viewers can.
Every once in a while, something will slip through the cracks, but not
like Natural Born Killers or something. But yeah, I really do think that a movie like this just doesn't exist in the American mind. As a movie that people go see. But and particularly, I'll talk about what I find interesting about his style later on. But I mean, some of the first four films I ever saw were the Sergio Leone westerns. Of just a totally different way to approach westerns that obviously has had far more of an impact on modern westerns than romantic westerns did.
Well, they had some of that impact because they were an alternative to that.
That's what. So, like now in modern cinema, I feel like we go to the well of the good, the bad, and the ugly more often than something like The Searchers or Night Darling, Clementine, or whatever. So that's, I mean, one of my favorite foreign filmmakers is Michelangelo Antonioni. And it's funny because my favorite movie of his is an English language movie called Blow Up.
But there's also not a lot of dialogue in that movie at all.
And what I was going to say is that the language of the cinematic language of it is so European and Italian. I mean, it's very not that. And of course, that would filter into New Hollywood and even movies in the 50s and 60s a little bit before that. But another one, of course, is Bergman. His films. I mean, one of my favorite, and I think one of the best movies ever made in general is Fanny and Alexander. And that's a movie that is, very like it's a family movie. It's a movie about a family. It's not a family movie, believe me. It's got a lot of things in it that are not that. But it's about children and coming of age in a way that so many other American films just could never be that way. The scope, and the surrealism, the different things that just don't make it into American movies. So I think that like I said, that's, I guess, my main answer is like just seeing things that are different, because not most movies in the world obviously replicate American movies, but most movies overall aren't American.
Right.
So therefore,
majority,
there are a lot of other things that are going on in other places that,
And also it's just a way to get to know the rest of the world and like to see other parts of the world that are not in America. I know another thing too that I think about with Bergman and Truffaut and Godard is, those filmmakers of that era. Two of which were French and Bergman was Swedish. But is that there was a moment, and it didn't last very long, but in the 50s and 60s, where there were an above-average amount of art house theaters in the country. I'm not saying there was one on every corner necessarily, but you had, major-ish cities across the country. There was an art house theater or a movie that showed something a little different. In some ways, foreign film can be more accessible now due to streaming, due to home video, due to, finding things online like that. But there was a genuine time in American life where those movies had an above-average chance of being seen. I mean, you don't get as many jokes in some of those 70s Woody Allen's movies in there that are parodying or paying homage to Bergman unless people themselves are actually seeing Bergman films. You know what I mean? So, again, I think, you do have the success of certain directors like Bong Joon-ho, who has literally won Best Director, Best Picture for Parasite, a movie that we didn't particularly love all that much compared to other ones. But South Korean cinema in general is one of our favorite film scenes.
I love Lee Chang-dong. His films are my favorite. He's probably my favorite acting foreign filmmaker that I can think of. And it's a shame because, and Parasite's quite good. I liked it. Whatever. I'm just not that crazy about Bong Joon-ho, but I've only really seen, I guess, that and Memories of Murder, though, so I can't really say that I've seen it. And I like that movie. But I can't say that I've seen a lot of other movies of his. But I think that
The Host, I frankly kind of shrugged at. But I would do that with any American horror movie or monster movie, too.
I think that Lee Chang-dong's films, particularly Peppermint Candy and
Burning
and Secret Sunshine, I really like, too. Those movies are a little more, I guess, humanist in their I guess,
Conception
explorations.
or
Burning a little less so because it's a little bit more of a horror thriller, a little bit more of a genre movie, but especially Secret Sunshine of Peppermint Candy. That's a movie I think about all the time. That I think is a really pretty great movie. That's probably one of the best so many movies of the 90s in a lot of ways. And also it would behoove me not to mention Wong Kar-wai from Hong Kong and John Woo as well.
Now, John Woo, he had a genuine breakthrough in the sense he came and made some fairly big American movies as far
and
as...
that's happened to people, like Roman Polanski, for example, who, of course, Roman Polanski, screw him. But, that he made, like, Knife in the Water and like, Cul-de-sac in kind of Europe, and then would come to make Rosemary's Baby and Chinatown and other... So that happens. And the same thing happened with Antonioni with making Zabriskie Point and The Passenger. This... happens, a lot, but like John Woo came and made like Hard Target and Face Off and Mission Impossible 2, but that he of course had made movies like, of course, The Killer, and A Better Tomorrow and Hard Boiled, which is one of my favorite movies. I mean, everybody says that.
And again, another big gateway for people getting foreign movies. There was that whole period of 80s, 90s Hong Kong action movies,
which are great, and like even City on Fire, which is pretty good. And the Johnny To films too, which
Jackie Chan is obviously
a Jackie Chan, of course, so
that's another way too. In general, actors that you see pop up in Hollywood movies, a lot of people is like, "Oh, what have they been in?" And they look and find this whole like.
And one of my favorite movies that I saw last year for the first time was Irma Vep, which of course is about there's an Olivier Assayas movie, which we're quite big fans of him. Love him.
Great.
And that of course is about Maggie Cheung being a big Hong Kong action star and just star in general, coming to France and making a movie and kind of her stardom.
And apparently, I've heard that there's a lot of in-jokes and things in particular that people involved knew about that contemporary era of French cinema. That they would immediately get. Now we're not as immersed in that, but we can still appreciate what the statements are being made in a roundabout way.
So we're kind of going all over the place, but I guess that the answer for me is that what I love about them is seeing things in a totally different way and getting to see experiences that are totally different. I mean, 3 other movies that I saw last year that I thought really did that for me were the 3 colors, red, white, or excuse me, blue, white, red is the opposite. Movies, which are from his name is escaping me. That directed those. He's actually a Polish filmmaker. Krzysztof Kieslowski. I guess they say that. But those movies, especially that second, which my favorite of those was probably blue or red. But that I thought that white was very interesting because that was a French movie, but it was a lot about Poland too. So that's just something that even in these other movies you're seeing, and he himself is Polish, Kozlowski, but that you're seeing this conversation that's happening between other film languages and cultures that is very interesting to see. That doesn't happen as much in America as it does, I feel like, sometimes in Europe or Asia or wherever.
And another fascinating thing too, this isn't foreign language, but even watching British film is its own international, is a gateway into understanding things from another perspective.
And even some Cronenberg films from Canada too.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, because I mean, we've mentioned them in the past, but Powell and Pressburger, those films from the 40s are literally feel like manna from heaven. They literally feel like that. If God was a filmmaker, some of these would be the movies that you would envision God himself to make. It's beautiful. And so, it's a very basic thing to ask, but it's just this is our first foreign international film to talk about.
And frankly, the only reason we're not doing this more often is because we think it's a little more difficult to
get a hold of,
and to do a commentary of, because we're also having to
read the subtitles
because we don't speak German, so we're having to kind of think.
And that's the thing. That's a common complaint you'll hear from people. I don't want to read my movie when I'm watching it.
And I don't have any problem with that. Clearly, we don't. But
there is a certain practical aspect of that.
Yeah.
It is true.
Yeah.
Not that it's bad that it's another language, but that your attentions are divided.
Yes.
And like I wish I could speak German so I wouldn't have to watch the subtitles, so I could just take in more of the performances or more of the staging I mean, there is a certain practical aspect to that I do certainly appreciate, even though I think that if you make that decision, you're shutting off so much of cinema that you'll never see otherwise. If you decide to take that path, you're literally limiting yourself and limiting the beauty and the joy of cinema by saying that.
Yeah, I agree.
But as I said, for a lot of people, this was a movie like these or thrillers or horror movies from around the world or their intros into, I mean, the Giallo film from Italy. I mean, that's a huge thing for a lot of people. And this comes at a particular point, obviously, the 90s. Era that birthed me. You were just outside of that, or you were at the end of the 90s. So yeah, I don't know why I was thinking you weren't. I don't know, for whatever reason, I just imagined you had the birthday of like 2001 all of a sudden. I don't know why.
I don't know either. Okay,
but just
my awareness
I guess that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I guess is that I do have memories of the 90s, not as deeply as the 2000s. So, but this comes at this whole sense of like the end of an era, 90s postmodernism, which was huge at the time. A movie that we mentioned last week that I think this very much works in a certain concert with is Scream, which came out in 96, I believe, right before this.
This is 96.
And Scream is in of itself about a duo or a pair of murderers, young murderers, who are staging these sort of murders or killings, and for them there's a weird, sick, twisted, demented message of sorts they believe themselves to be communicating. And I think certainly the characters in this movie themselves seem to be communicating. How do you think these films compare? And what do they have to say maybe about the moment in which they were produced or conceived of or released in?
I think that actually, well, first of all, this might sound like a weird place to start, but then we'll talk more about him in a moment. But that I think that the two most quintessential filmmakers of the 1990s, actually, that I've seen are Oliver Stone and Michael Haneke, because I've said this before, something I'm fascinated by, and we talked about this, I think, recently, is what a violent decade the 90s were.
In reality, because they have the stigma of being, it was the calm before the storm.
Right.
Which I think, frankly, only started to really set in until after September 11th and the terrorist attacks. In the same way that the 50s were not really seen as the 50s until the 60s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so there's this retroactive fiction that takes place that, it was a, quote, better, more simpler time. When, as you said, the 90s, we've talked about this recently on the pod and ourselves, it was a fairly violent, tumultuous decade, like any decade.
On
really
a global
is.
scale.
Yeah.
Not only in America, of course, but especially in Europe with the collapse of the Soviet Union, that opened up all these new political factions, and it was kind of this, like, the floodgates were opened, and, all these countries rightfully wanted to debate over how they would govern themselves, but that often resulted in, obviously,
ethnic cleansings,
violent and expressions of that. So therefore it was a very unhealthy and evil and troubling moment. But
things must have been great here, though, too, in America.
Right,
Nothing happened bad, right? Oh, well, let's see. We've got, this might seem like a very specific personal thing, but like the O.J. Simpson murder, or O.J. Nicole Brown Simpson, all that. Yeah. You've got, even in a weird way, the success of Nirvana and what that is like about, and that music and communicating, and the conclusion of that, and the conclusion of all that. You have the Oklahoma City bombings. You have the 96 Olympic bombings.
The Waco Siege.
I mean, you name it.
Ruby Ridge was in the 80s, right? That wasn't in the 90s.
I'm not quite sure. The very conclusion of the decade.
No, that was in 1992. That's kind of what I thought. Yeah, and then with Columbine.
Columbine, which there's a certain relationship.
The World Trade Center bombing as well. And,
so the 90s was a very violent decade. But again, as someone who remembers the 90s as a child, who had a very and even let me also just say, even like the Lewinsky scandal
Yeah.
as like a thing that was in the culture was obviously not a healthy thing, no matter however you look at it. Again, as a child, I was concerned about Power Rangers. I was concerned about the X-Men animated series that makes not a lick of sense sometimes. But I was Toy Story. I was consumed with childish things. But now I look back on all the things that happened and they were in the background of my childhood that I wasn't even aware of or was vaguely aware of sometimes. I'm like, oh, wow, there was a lot of awful stuff going on back then. And as is the case with any era, I'm not going to act like the 90s is all that special in that way. I mean, every era is filled with this multitude of sins and hypocrisies.
Yeah, so therefore, I think that, and I'll talk about more of the specifics of why that is with Haneke when we talk about him, but as far as this in relation to Scream, both these movies are obviously obsessed with media as a conduit for violence and
I think Scream is more actively, the characters are talking about these things a little more. It feels like an internet message board in that way from the 90s of like, remember in Halloween where this happens?
And that's a little more dialogue based. And this is a little more cinematic, technical based, cues, and so that doesn't make it more intelligent inherently, but it's trying to. It's just it's a more arty version of something like that. But what I think where Scream goes right in a way, but also is troubling, is that it in itself is a popular horror film.
Yes, it's trying to deconstruct horror films,
and it's coming from a horror filmmaker.
Right.
Whereas Haneke's films, he's not inherently a horror filmmaker. But his movies are very horrific in a lot of things that happen, and he seems to be very much a social filmmaker in a very annoying way, though, in a lot of ways. But whereas Wes Craven also made a movie that was incredibly fun and
entertaining,
a popcorn movie, which is, kind of dangerous in certain ways for what the movie's actually trying to say.
Yeah, do you think it waters it down at all by the fact that a movie that's trying to say, you know what, maybe horror movies are unhealthy to inspire a franchise of horror movies?
Yeah.
I mean, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Does that mean Wes Craven's a hypocrite? Does that mean, I don't know what the answer to that is.
And I think it's interesting because he's somebody who had made horror movies for 20 years. And,
should say Kevin Williamson was the writer and conceiver initially of that movie. I just want to make that clear.
But that... Yeah, so that, I guess, it's weird because I feel like both movies are kind of saying the same thing, but that Funny Games is far more provocative and finger-pointing at... Because I think that's one problem with Scream, is that fans of it sometimes, I feel like, don't even get what the movie...
Ghostface looks cool.
It's implicating them.
Right. The two villains are... overeager teens who are obsessed with horror movies and have, one can say, been warped by the sensibilities of those movies to enact their own version of horror cinema.
I think both of the movies share an incredible technical sense about themselves as far as the way they film the horrors that happen, and they're very adept.
One thing a lot of the reviews that we read for Funny Games mentioned was that the movie's not nearly as violent as it makes you think it is.
No, and I said that when I first saw it, and I didn't know that people kind of said that about it, because I was like, is it just me, or did it seem less bad than... Even the movie we're going to talk about next week actually is similar, and that it actually doesn't show as much as people remember it does. But that, it's actually pretty reserved. But that it's still impressive in the sense of that it still makes you feel when you walk out that is what you saw.
Yeah. Again, I think it's weird because deep down I love Scream, and I think it's maybe a marginally better film, but then again, another part of my brain goes, but Funny Games is making an unpleasant movie, and I don't like watching it. But I feel like it is more effective in some ways in making me not want to watch something like this.
Yeah.
That it is saying, no, you should feel bad for wanting to watch something like this. But what's the line between Haneke is teaching us or telling us something, or excuse me, Haneke,
Whatever.
I'm still adjusting this name,
yeah.
and how much is he indulging in it himself and is not taking any sort of blame for making me feel bad for something he's, quote, orchestrating or doing? You know, what's the line between that? And I don't know what the easy answer is for that.
Well, and I haven't seen the later half of his career, but I've only seen, the first kind of part of it. But it seems that with movies like The Piano Teacher and more, that he made movies that were more inherently humanist. Yeah. Because one of the things I like about his movies, I guess...
Which I should just say real quick, usually happens as directors get older.
Yeah.
Or artists in general get older.
And I guess is it all right if I go ahead and talk about his movies
now?
Yeah. So, what I find interesting about his movies, actually, and this sounds like a negative towards them, but it's how clinical they are. They're very, especially The Seventh Continent, Benny's Video, and 71 Fragments of a Chronology of Chance are all movies that are
That's
very...
that one again.
Yeah. Movies that are all very... They have the same look about themselves. They're very, monochrome, kind of... They look almost like they're sick in a weird way. Like the movies themselves...
Yeah.
Are buckled under the weight of what the movies are about.
Right, yeah.
And that it looks like that. I mean...
they're in decay,
Yeah, and his framing I find very interesting. I mean, The Seventh Continent, that whole movie is about a family who wants to kill themselves because of living in the world or whatever. Like, there's a famous scene in the movie where they keep going to this one car wash, and the last time you see him in there, the mother's just crying, like it's just too much to be in the car wash, which sounds like it's funny, to say that, and I don't really get that in a sense about what he's talking about when he says that. Like, I don't get what it means to be overwhelmed by the world as a whole. And I'm not saying that to say that isn't a valid question. I just don't understand that, but that. There's these scenes in the movie where there is basically showing them selling their car, taking the kids out of school, going into their house, and they literally take sledgehammers and destroy everything in their house. And there's these shots. I remember there's one shot particularly of the dad taking a sledgehammer and smashing and it films it for a little while, him smashing an armoire or whatever, or a vanity table. And just the clinical nature, but yet also the oppressiveness of images like that, I find that stick with me in ways that I don't always love thinking about. But
they're in these, I would imagine, these very clearly straightforward domestic spaces.
Yes,
and that in that sense has been created within a world that looks ostensibly like our own. You know what I mean?
And he likes to brag all the time. I mean, he's a very
arrogant
filmmaker. I mean, let's just say it. I guess that's
there's a lot that are.
Yeah,
most are. I think it, frankly, in some ways, takes you to be a little bit of an arrogant person to make a film.
But that he talked about, supposedly, he said this. I don't know if this is true. That he had seen, I think, in a screening, there's a scene where they flush all their money down the toilet, and it goes on for about 2 or 3 minutes of just a one take of them keep flushing the money down the toilet. And I'm sure some critics out there were like, that's what I was watching the whole time. It's him wasting, But, which I don't agree with necessarily, and that he said with this sick glee about himself that people reacted stronger to that than other aspects of the movie that are more
harmful or hurtful,
and that just proves his point.
Yeah, right.
Is what he's wanting to say. So, and it's a powerful image. And that's what I'm saying. That movie sticks with me in a lot of ways, of some of the imagery of that, of just the destruction of things that are commonplace and part of our lives. And you really start to think, do we need all these things? And,
sure.
But, so in that sense, that's interesting. About 71 Fragments of a Chronology of Chance, that movie, I think, is his best film that I've seen so far. That's all about this bank in Vienna that's I think it's Christmas Eve or something, and this guy goes in and he's this tennis prodigy that has all this kind of repressed rage that he goes and does, perpetrates this mass shooting at this bank and all these people die. And that the whole movie's essentially kind of introducing us to these characters over the whole movie and him also, but especially all the victims. And that movie harps a lot on, I feel like, what I've said about the 90s that he recognized in the moment, I think, of like just it felt like everything was falling apart, like, and that there's at the beginning and end of the movie these like Austrian news broadcasts that are about all these different things that are going on. Like I think Somalia was kind of going on at that time. The that was like when the first stuff came out about Michael Jackson, and maybe did, as we know later, commit these sexual assault on these children, and all these things, these really terrible things, and then that bank shooting is just one thing in the midst of all that, and it's kind of, I guess, the whole point is that this is just one news item.
Another weird thing of art imitating life too, talking about bank shootings, was that North Hollywood shootout that happened in the 90s that later inspired Heat to be partially made, basically.
Or no, it was that Heat inspired.
No, that's what it was. Right. Never mind, the opposite. Okay. Yeah. And so just the cyclical nature sometimes these things seem to share. And again, I was trying to think, what about not only this movie, but what are these modes of art maybe trying to communicate or say? I think, and this goes to my love of Don DeLillo, and his prose is a lot of ways about some of these similar ideas of the late 20th century, of particularly like the whole idea of images and home video, even to an extent, is I think that some of these artists are trying to communicate, and Cronenberg as well, with something like Crash, I think, are trying to communicate the horrors of what happens when people are able to relive traumas via home video or via moving images in home video formats that allow you to indulge in, be voyeuristic to, and slavish to images that are traumatic or should not be seen over and over again. And what happens when we have generations of people who see these things over and over again, and what breaks in their psychology occur as a result of that. I think Scream's kind of about that. I feel like this is about that. Crash, I think, to an extent, and that's based on this J.G. Ballard novel from some years before that. But
the 70s.
A lot of these 90s works, and even not Inherent Vice, but Infinite Jest as a novel to an extent is about the accessibility of horrifying or destabilizing images of home video, and then that will later become the internet or whatever, and what that does to generations, particularly of young people who are impressionable by these things and the havocs that they wreak upon the world as a result of that. I mean, it's very eerie to me when I watch Scream to remember that Columbine happened a few years later, and that it was, again, two white men of about that age who perpetrated those acts of violence and terrorism. And wondering, and there's a whole scavenger hunt, choose your own adventure people love to go down, of what did the video game Doom inspire them? Did Marilyn Manson inspire them? All these like natural born killers. And like ultimately those were broken people who made horrible, horrific, reprehensible decisions. What role does art play in that? Now, I don't think it's easy to just say, oh, it definitely is the reason why. But I also don't want to say, well, it shares no relationship to these things either. Yeah. Because I think that is also a not productive, harmful approach.
Yeah, because that's how I
take.
used to feel, is that it didn't. But the more that I think about it, the more sometimes I think that it does. Not totally. Yeah. But,
and so, by that measure, who is Haneke's target with this movie? Who, and I guess, is he trying to ostensibly target all of American culture, American society? Is he trying to target cinephiles who are obsessed with violent images or violent movies and what they do? Is he targeting a bourgeoisie middle class that doesn't really care about the violences of things going on abroad until it happens in their own homes?
Yeah.
All that and more. I mean, what in your vision in this movie, who's the target? If you can simply make it one.
I think if I can make it one, I'd just say vaguely Western
civilization.
Culture. Yes. Mm-hmm. Because and that was referenced, of course, in, I said, 71 Fragments of a Chronology of Chance, that in that it references some things that were, like
capitalism,
Somalia, these things and capitalism. Yeah, I mean, there's one of my favorite scenes in the movie about like people eating at McDonald's.
Yeah,
and it's just like them sitting there eating. And it's just so weird looking because it's like a Viennese McDonald's.
Yeah,
and just like people sitting there, and it just looks so kind of boring. And
I wonder if he in particular felt a certain push to do this, as he wasn't German, obviously, but he speaks German, but an Austrian coming off of the end of this Cold War that had totally disrupted Europe for nearly half a century, and that, quote, it's over, and what do we have to show for it? McDonald's. That's what we have to show for it. It's just like, is that what he's, I think, like, taking issue with, is that this whole us versus them is over, and what won doesn't seem like it's all that pleasant of a thing to have conquered or won with. I don't know.
And
capitalism.
As far as I think the most famous image of the movie, other than the boy with the pillowcase over his head, is the blood all over the TV. And it's like a race,
very explicit,
like a
image,
very probably the most explicit image of the movie, other than when Peter gets shot.
It's like I was reminded of that image as I was reading one of the reviews about it, mentioned it, and remembered also, it's different things being said, but David Lynch smashing the TV at the very beginning of the opening credits of Fire Walk With Me.
I think it's, but in that there's a race going on, like an auto race.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I feel like he's trying to make a point there about, like, blood all over the TV, like that's all we see, and it's like, but it's a race. Not all media is created equal. Like, like there is media that is just, okay, I mean, people get hurt racing, but
people don't watch sports. People don't watch a football game to see somebody carted off the field with a concussion.
Now, people sometimes watch racing to see crashes, so in that sense, he's probably right.
Yeah.
But I find that to be a little bit of an odd choice that I don't feel like totally lines up with what he's saying, that I think that...
So do you think he's, to a certain stereotyping what American culture is in a moment like that?
I think so, and I don't think that's accurate. I think it is in other ways. Like I said, there are people who watch races to see the crashes. I'll admit, when I watch it, oh yeah, that's cool. You want to see it, but
you're maybe not watching it for that. But when that happens, all of a sudden, endorphins are racing. Like, oh, something exciting.
Yeah, and you're like, it's watching a train wreck. It's awful, but you can't look away.
But then always when there's that car crash, you kind of like to see it. But then you're like, well, but did they make it out okay?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I'm off the hook now for wanting to see that.
And that's what he's saying, and I get it. And I think that he's right about a lot of things he says in this movie. I'm not saying that, but I feel like there are some false equivalencies sometimes made that I don't really agree with.
Sure.
But otherwise, I think that most everything he says in the movie, and like implicating the audience of it happens early on, of Paul looking at the camera and saying, "Oh, you're on their side, aren't you? Okay, let's see how it turns out." And and I think one of the most interesting things about the movie, Bill Jabiri had said this, that in the end they don't make it out. The family dies and the people move on.
And it should be said that it seems as though at a certain point they will. Because one of the most iconic moments of the movie is when, is it the wife grabs the gun and kills one of the perpetrators or intruders. And according to one of the things we had read, it said that the Cannes audience apparently cheered at this. And the Cannes audience, you could write books about the reactions they've had to things over the years. But a movie that is ostensibly made for the Cannes crowd, meaning that, it's going to be highbrow. And I say this as somebody who respects a lot of movies that come out of this, but there's an expectation it's going to be highbrow, it's going to be critical of American culture, American society, the West, even the French in many cases, and that they theoretically would be cheering at the end of the movie for the statement that's being made.
Yeah.
But that even they, after being subjected to what the movie is, would find a place, I'm going to cheer for what the lizard brain aspects of me wants to happen, to see these two intruders get dispatched with. And that the anger that the intruders have with that, and to go back and literally rewind the movie we are watching, and to then contradict what we wanted to happen with what Haneke wants to happen. and by virtue of that, making us more aware of what this movie usually our expectations of it are and how it resolves itself.
And
directly
and I think he's
that.
and I think that he's pointing at that we want to see. It's like what you said about seeing the car crash, race car crash, but then, oh, but are they okay? It's like you want to see these people go through hell, but then it's like, but they get out, right? And it's like, no, they don't in this case.
Right.
And I feel like that is a direct implication that makes you walk away pissed off and frustrated, that I think is healthy in a way, because it is saying, but is it right that you normally do that? You know, I mean, that's the whole point of the movie. I'm sure that there's people who are familiar with this movie that are rolling their eyes because this is all very obvious in the movie. But in that sense, I think it's a successful film. In other ways, though, I feel like it... well,
it's also, like you said, I think one of the not-so-successful things is some of these false equivalencies you see that he makes. So much so that it makes you aware of how many times is of American films making these false equivalencies about other cultures.
Yeah.
Because of all the random movies to talk about that get of an enlightenment from, one that several years ago was Kingsman.
Yeah.
The not-so-great Matthew Vaughn spy movie, which has now spawned a whole franchise.
Right.
Yeah, Mark Miller wrote the original comic book.
Who's his own walking dumpster fire
of everything.
Complications.
There's this, that's ostensibly a British film. Matthew Vaughn's a British filmmaker, and it's about British characters.
And Mark Millar's British,
or Scottish.
Or Scottish, I'm sorry. Well, British,
and there's a scene where it shows like this fundamentalist church in like Kentucky or West Virginia. I don't remember where it is.
I think it was Kentucky, I think.
And it is like the most over-exaggerated version of what one of those places are. As someone who been born in the Bible Belt, I've been to plenty of churches in my life, I know what this world is. And I remember watching it and thinking, I get what he's trying to say, and there's some truth in what he's saying, but the tenor in which he's saying it is not exactly right. And then I had a big enlightenment moment hit me where I'm like, wait a minute. How many times as American movies are we doing that to other cultures, or we're doing this exaggerated, oversimplified version of a worldview, another worldview? And again, some of the things he was saying, again, were correct in terms of the fundamentalist idea, but it made me stop and go, oh, wait a minute, is this... And then another scary thing happened, is this how the world sees us? That also set in, and that was also its own troubling line of thought to follow. That I'm not... in some ways, I'm glad he did that to make me think more about that.
Yeah, and even in that sense, I don't think Hollywood understands the South, let alone that they can understand
another culture. So in that sense, like, I mean, I think a lot about the phrase. Well, even not even beyond Hollywood, in in American culture, that people look at the phrase "bless your heart" as an insult all the time. Or a
Let me tell you,
passive-aggressive thing.
from people who are Southerners, that is not the case, because I've heard so many times in my life people say, well, bless your heart. And they don't mean that as an insult.
I have heard context it is kind
and
of saying, but on the whole it is
no,
not.
It's not. And I think that that's something that people don't get at all. And they would say, well, you don't get, like, I'm not trying to be, a jerk, but I actually live here.
Well,
so
also,
I
like, that's
know,
one thing that we know definitively.
What is happening.
Yeah.
So anybody who believes that, you're wrong. I just want you to know. So therefore, what does that say about the way we think about other people? And like we said, in the same way, what does that say about Haneke thinking about American culture? I think it's easier to understand American culture because it's so omnipresent. Than it. But in the same sense, if it doesn't even reflect itself correctly, then there's a lot of complications that go. And this just goes into this, the idea of stereotyping and of, just not knowing what the reality really is. Because, deep down, even though, watching a lot of these violent things is a problem, deep down, most people who watch these things and get some sort of entertainment from it are not bad people. And really,
they're looking for a release or a catharsis.
And that, I think, to implicate people in that, I'm not saying is wrong, but it's like, but you're also, but then you're making the movie.
Well, I was going to say,
too, so
how much of this should also be aimed at his fellow filmmakers who are engaging in some of this? I mean, Tarantino was huge at this moment in time, obviously still is, but like at his origin, and then as you said earlier, Oliver Stone.
Well, and even the French Extremity. If you want to get to Europe, I mean, those movies like High Tension. I mean, Have you seen stuff from that?
Yeah.
That movie where they're literally like taking a rock saw and cutting a guy's head off through a windshield? Like, I mean, like, you know, and like, Carax, you know, a lot of these movies from France in particular that are in other.
So how much of this should be aimed at them as much too? Yeah. And maybe I guess implicitly that is happening also.
Yeah.
But
America.
But guess what? We're the one. Me and you are going to be the ones sitting here watching this, and so when they're pointing the finger, I don't see anybody else in this room. It's naturally going to be at the people who are watching it in whatever moment that is. And in general, this is a good point to transition to the last little bit of this. And because I think this movie and the next movie we'll be doing are the most explicitly gory and or problematic, troubling films that we're going to be talking about with regards to all this.
Now, the next movie we definitively really like and think is great. Definitively. So, but
in some ways, this is about
that movie.
Right.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah.
Why, again, as we said already, why do people watch horror movies? I think there's been a lot of conversation or talk about this. We've already talked about this a little bit last week. For this release of tension, for this release of, you know, I want to go to the deepest, darkest pits of humanity, but then come out the other side as if I voyeuristically went through the journey myself and survived it.
Yeah.
You know, there's been a lot of buzz right now about the latest Scott Derrickson movie. I think it's called like The Black Phone.
Yeah.
Black Phone.
Yeah,
whatever.
the Ethan Hawke movie.
Ethan Hawke's in. And that's been billed as like Jason Blum himself even said. And then if he's saying this, you know this has to mean something. All the movies he's produced. The scariest movie that he's produced, Jason Blum said. And if you hear about what that movie's about, it's about very dark, serious, troubling ideas.
Yeah.
And again, it started to play at like Fantastic Fest, and people were eating it up. It looks like it's going to be one of the next big like horror hits, so to speak. Is it a good thing a movie like that is successful? And I don't know what the answer is.
It's about a child murderer.
Yeah, and like, what does it say about us wanting to go to those places?
Not much good. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, we're doing our own little Spooktober here, but that's the reason we picked this movie is because it's a confrontational, angry, dissatisfying movie that I think is.
And again, I don't like it.
Yeah, I do.
But I'm very aware it doesn't want me to like it, and I'm very aware of what he's doing. And in many ways, I respect that he's provocating me.
Yeah.
But also, ultimately, I'm like, well, I'm not going out here killing families of people, and what complicitness did I have in that?
Right.
But of course, he's not saying I'm going out there and killing people. What he is saying, though, is that why would us as a culture delight in such a thing? Is ultimately what he's trying to say.
But like we said, the problem is that he's been making this same movie up until this point consistently about these similar things about media and.
And it's almost like, well, if you got such a problem with this type of movie, why don't you make another type of movie to work as an alternative to this?
Right.
An example I think of all the time, in some roundabout way, is like Jim Jarmusch's films, which themselves are, if you look at a lot of contemporaries of that moment, his movies on the whole are not violent at all. You do have something like, say, The Dead Don't Die, which is like a zombie movie.
Or even like Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai.
Right. But like, you think about a movie like Stranger Than Paradise or
Down by Law.
I mean, those are movies that communicate some of the same themes about a certain sense of hopelessness in Western civilization and of late capitalism, but are often about people trying to escape somewhere else and are not about people trying to kill other people or like, don't you feel bad for this, blah, blah. You honestly feel in some ways, while your circumstances may be very removed from like the characters in Down by Law, a sense of, why am I not getting what I want out of life? Why am I being falsely implicated in this or that? I just want to escape. I just want to get away from whatever's. And I feel like, okay, Haneke, if you have such a problem with violent media, why don't you make movies that are not violent instead of perpetuating a type of movie, even in his criticisms, that are still engaging in the very thing that he decries. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Why don't you just make something else? But that's his job as a filmmaker, is to make the movies he feels as if his muse is leading him to make. Right. So in that way, I'm not necessarily criticizing him for that, but it's just like somebody complain all the time. It's like you get on social media and somebody's always complaining about this or that, and you can't help but think, well, why don't you, A, either do something about it, change it, or B, be the change you want to see in the world by your example, if nothing else. And in that way, I think he could be implicated as much as he's trying to implicate us. That, okay, do something else then. And, you know.
And I should say, at least through Code Unknown and Cash or Kosh, however you say that, he didn't do that. Now, with the More, he may have, or even the White Ribbon, I'm not really sure. But, like, you know, some of his other movies, or Happy End he made recently. But, yeah, up until this point, that was not a reality for him, and even a little bit after. Yeah. Or the Piano Teacher as well, I forgot to say. Maybe that is, but... Yeah. At least not inherently always violent. Because I know there's this really infamous scene in Code Unknown on, like, a bus or a train where Juliette Binoche is sitting there and these two guys getting, like, a fight, and it's supposed to be real, like... I don't know if it's gory or what it is about it, but something about it is, like, real, like, violent or something, and, like, so... I've always heard about that. I actually meant to watch it before we went into this, because that's a movie I've actually wanted to watch for a long time anyway. But that, yeah, so like even after this, for some years, that he's made some other movies that are still like that thing. So
right,
yeah. But
how many features had he made before this?
Well, I know that he made a lot of movies for TV.
Okay.
So I'm not sure about an exact number, but
okay.
He also made that adaptation. It was a TV movie, but I think it's one of his more famous ones of Franz Kafka's The Castle.
Mm-hmm. But this was, I guess, more than any of these other movies, something that broke through and had a larger international following.
International success.
In large part likely due to it being a more of a genre, thriller, horror,
and it being
so controversial.
Yes, that it was like, wow, have you seen that? No, I haven't. Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I feel like it is kind of his doctorate statement on that part of his career, that it is finally, okay, this is the most kind of, you know, straightforward statement about what I've been saying for years, and so.
Anything else we want to add about this?
Not really, other than that I like the movie. I find it to be very problematic, but I'm just so impressed by it, even in its eye roll worthiness of it. A lot of things.
And again, it's not a movie I particularly care for, but I would say I hate. I'm like, I think in my Letterboxd review I give it like 2.5 stars. And that to me sums up kind of overall ideas about the movie.
3 or 3.5.
Is that okay? I respect a lot of things you're saying and doing, and a lot of things you're saying are correct. But are you not still perpetuating the world you're decrying at the same time? So we'll walk through those feelings again. But up first, the trailer for the movie,
which is very impressive, like the movie itself.
Which should be said. We can't put subtitles
on a
trailer. So you'll hear a little bit of German. The music's you'll hear.
You're going to hear it again in a little bit.
So you're going to hear the trailer for that, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
Denn noch?
Da ist jemand.
Wo?
An der Tür.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
We're back, ready to play some funny games.
Yep, we actually ate dinner because we're ready to throw it up.
Yeah. Funny games. You know, that'd be like, like the comedy Olympics of sorts, if you think about it. But not what this is.
I don't think there's a whole lot that's actually funny in this movie, though, but,
So, this being an Austrian film, I'm sure it did get a rating, rated R.
It got a rated R. We were just joking. We were like, come on. Although I did look on IMDb, there is no certification, but I looked under frightening and intense scenes, and it said, movie is very intense, but most viewers will know what they're getting into.
That's what it said, really?
Yeah, so it's like...
So, it's one of those things, I guess, if you're watching this, you already know it has a reputation.
You already know, as we say.
So we're
right.
watching the Criterion Blu-ray.
Yeah, I bought it just for this. So.
Yeah, I believe it's streaming elsewhere, maybe
I
on
think
the Criterion channel.
I think it actually just maybe got put up because they're doing home invasion movies this month, and it's like, okay.
I saw Cul-de-sac was actually one of those. You mentioned that earlier.
The Desperate Hours.
Been wanting to watch that for a long time.
But I'm pretty sure that this is on there, but
right.
I don't remember.
So we're hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And from the one we're watching, you got the classic Criterion Collection logo.
We forgot to mention Jacques Rivette's comments about this movie were negative, to say the least. He said he hated it, loathed it, thought it was disgusting. He said he objected to it on practically a moral level. But he also said, then he started talking about A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Said he objected to that on a moral level and said that it was so shocking that Jacques Demy cried while watching it. So, I mean, I'm not even making fun of that. I just think it's funny. It's like, wow, okay. But, yeah. This movie was not liked by a lot of people.
Yeah, it's interesting bringing it up in terms of Clockwork Orange because, you know, it seems like this time in film history, about every 10, 15 years, there was the new big, ultra-shocking movie that was talked about
it's
for
like
a long
I heard
time.
that version of The Painted Bird that was made last year was kind of a version of that as a European movie.
I feel like the closest movies of that we've had in recent years might be Ari Aster's 2 movies, Hereditary and Midsummer, are the closest I can think of to even getting close to that conversation. But
in America,
yeah,
right.
And of course, at the end of the 90s, you would have something like Fight Club, which was highly controversial and divisive and talked about. But it kind of goes to the point of what we were saying earlier. You don't have many movies like that anymore that really that happens in a big popular way.
Yeah. Now, of course, this movie begins with them guessing opera.
Yeah.
Have I made my thoughts on opera clear before?
Have you mentioned that on here?
I don't know. I think listen, I know a lot of people love it. I think all I will say, I'm not going to be insulting towards it like I could and want to be. But all I'll say is it's pretty ridiculous to me that there's, I mean, I know a lot of things are in English. I get it, you know. But, like, that's only ever sang in Italian.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know what that is. I don't know
Yeah.
what it's saying. It's like, but even a movie can be translated. A book can be translated.
Right.
A song, if it has to be, can be. But like opera,
And
that
visual
is
art
what it
obviously
is.
doesn't need any.
Yes,
real-
and it's like opera. I mean, sure, you can see it when you go see it, but a lot of people don't do that. They just listen to the opera.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. I don't condone it, and I don't have time for it. Anyway. That's
So-
not to say that I am like, oh yeah, they need to get it or anything. I'm just, you know, but as a counterpoint,
yeah,
you know.
And as someone who likes rock music, I think I'd prefer the opera
Yeah.
to whatever the hell this is. I mean,
I think it's from some guy named John Zorn who makes a lot of real experimental stuff. So.
It's just funny.
I remember
thinking about
how
these
shocked,
three going down the road
yeah.
jamming.
I remember
to
how
this.
shocked I was first watching this. I was just like,
Yeah.
what?
As we had said earlier, that in the American version, which we've not seen, Tim Roth and Naomi Watts
Yeah.
play these lead roles. And Michael Pitt is one of the guys.
Right.
But I guess he's off the top rope telling us, this ain't your daddy's funny games, you know? Like, I'm not sure. I would imagine he didn't tell the actors that what would be playing over this, and so I would imagine with them watching the movie,
the opera music,
what they would have thought, like, wait, what? Like, you know.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. as you said earlier, that these neighbors are obviously now being subjected to what we're going to see our main characters be subjected to.
And I kind of talked earlier about Haneke's other films that they have this. All of them look pretty similar. The way they look, as far as they look like, that kind of very like sterile, clinical look to them. But this kind of looks like that, but it's looks a little, quote, I guess, better looking.
Yeah.
And a little cleaner, but it still looks pretty monochromatic and
So I'm trying to think of what he's trying to communicate with this music here that they're listening to. They're very upper class, nice, pleasant, unoffensive people, I'm presuming he's trying to say.
Yeah.
With that. Juxtaposed against, of course, that rock music we heard earlier. Which is incoherent nonsense.
Anarchy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I forgot, they have a dog too.
Yeah.
And things happen naturally to the dog. And I know one of the reviews said another big no-no, not only hurting children or women, but dogs too. People take more offense to that than anything else.
As they did with the money in the Seventh Continent, I guess.
Yeah.
He may have just made that up, for all I know. I mean, I don't know, but it's like, oh my God, they flushed the money out.
I think it frankly has an equal chance of him lying about that and him and people really acting that way. Very clearly focusing on them golf clubs, like they will be used.
Yeah. It's interesting. I remember this movie. It's only like an hour and hour and 50 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I remembered it feeling longer than that a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll see this time, and I think that's part of it because it's so you
want to end. Yeah.
He loves having shots of just like food and technology,
as Patrick once said, we have technology.
Yeah.
Well, the dog has some feeling something's up. You know how beautiful that water looks. Like Lake Hickory.
No. Watch the yarn arm. It's the only joke we can make about the boat in this movie. So.
I respect anybody who like got a sailboat because those are
Yeah.
you got to work with those harder, way harder than you do like one with a motor. I know the home invasion genre of movie is one that I think most people find particularly affecting because it doesn't revolve usually on any kind of supernatural aspects. It's something much more conventional or realistic that could happen to people, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that movie, The Strangers, is pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's good. I think that movie was directly inspired, in particular, by the Manson murders. Classic running out of eggs, getting a cup of sugar trick, you know. So immediately, this guy's just getting more and more suspicious and creepy. Obviously, as conversation goes on.
Like, oh no, basically broke in. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The white with the blue is an interesting choice. You know?
Yeah.
Probably stole it somewhere. Yeah, all right.
So, like, go get it, you know, like.
It's interesting the way that shot was, where she moved over and he was already over there. Like,
yeah. I couldn't remember how they got rid of the phones from being there. So, yeah, that's what it was. That's like what makes this one in the beginning particularly disturbing, is that he's clearly, you know, doing things intentionally,
right,
getting her skin, but then acting stupid or clumsy at the same time, and it's like, you know, that's a, you know, weird combination of things, unsettling. That's always classic. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're sorry. All right. You know, basically. That's how we say it here.
Yeah. Not bless your heart.
Yeah. It is. I wouldn't say this is even a criticism of the movie, but something that's passe now is that there'd be one cell phone in this house.
Yeah.
You know, now everybody'd have a cell phone. And you got the smart TV, and then the security system. One thing I've already noticed that I didn't quite remember about this movie, and I think this speaks to the feeling he's trying to communicate unknowingly, is how long some of these takes are.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember there's a take later that is particularly long. That, that
I
one.
Remember that one.
Yeah. That's a static image for the most part.
Funny game.
A funny game. That's what I, of course, remember this about the movie, but just watching it, just how frustrated I am already by this. It's just like, oh, well, yeah, it's just, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, please.
Yeah.
How annoying it is almost more than anything. May I, and then he just does it anyway.
Yeah.
But they might make the golfer's kneecaps.
They do make the putt-putt, you man.
Yeah.
You know, like, do you know the putt-putt, man? As the classic song says.
Okay. That firewood.
Yeah.
One thing I thought was interesting about this movie, and I'd remember this about it, how quickly all this happens when they get there. It's like they're barely there, and already they're over there, like, you know. Other movies would, like, play it a little longer off, you know, and maybe shorten the amount of time that the actual stuff in the movie happens.
I feel like another movie, and I'm not even saying this is the wrong impulse on Haneke's part, would have, like, tried to do more to make these characters feel like, give them these more distinct personalities.
Yeah.
But again, I think he sees this more as an essay of a sorts, where it's like, it's just man, woman, child, like, you don't need to know any particularly memorable details about them as people. It's just stand-ins for any conventional little family, you know. Another thing that's really annoying too, speaking of annoying, is that they're acting like, oh, you're the ones imposing on us.
Right,
It's
yeah.
like, you know.
Like, no, not the little old me, like. So you said this dad and the main guy here were in the Benny's video? Yeah, they're like father and son.
Yeah. Yeah, he started it. And the whole deal.
But yeah, interestingly, in Benny's video, the mother's a little bit more of a character than the father is.
Yeah.
But
I think it's an interesting whole dynamic of as annoyed in many ways as we are with these two characters, but that like the whole catalyst for the rest of the movie is their being here in the first place.
Right,
and so
yeah.
it's a weird tension that the movie's working with of us being annoyed in some ways that the plot of the movie is beginning to unfold because of what we inherently know this is going to entail, if that
Right.
makes any sense. So it's a strange dramatic tension. Why not? Is that what he said?
Yeah. About the dumbest game I've ever heard.
Like, what's their whole deal? Were they just like caddies that just push came to shove, that went too far, and they just had to,
I
you
don't
know?
yeah.
Did you put it there? I don't know.
But these characters are kind of interesting in the sense that they feel as if they do not exist in reality itself. Like, they are characterizations of themselves.
Right,
like,
yeah.
You know,
That's a good point.
where the movie itself and I personally don't care where they came from because the movie doesn't know where they came from either because they don't exist, really. You know, because the movie knows it's a movie. So now they're like, guess where the dog's at?
Mm-hmm. Another dramatic tension is as annoying as the dogs bark were earlier, not hearing them anymore communicates to us what likely happened to the dog and what we'll see happen.
Yeah.
I guess that's the first acknowledgement of breaking the fourth wall, so to speak. But.
Yeah, 'cause I remember when that happened, I was like, what?
Yeah.
because I was like, what is this, like Animal House? Like that one moment where he does it in that.
Yeah.
Like, but that would seem more normal because, that's a comedy. This is like a, horror thriller.
Yeah.
Like,
Good double feature, I would imagine, or interesting double feature.
That one.
Like when I'd want to be hanging
this.
out more with the characters in that movie than the ones in this, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Why don't you get it?
Yeah, I said like he's like trying to be the rational mind in the situation and be like, I guess we'll do whatever they want until we can get this situation figured out.
Right.
And it's like, well. I wouldn't presume to wonder what you're thinking, but
yeah, who the heck knows? I mean, I need to get back to reading some Bret Easton Ellis,
Yeah.
And it's one of those things I remember when I was first watching this, it puts you in this whole dilemma of if you were in her shoes, would you say anything to these people? Because clearly these people outnumber that one guy there.
Yeah.
But then what would happen to your wife and son or husband and son? And
Yeah.
Elsewhere,
Plus, they would be like, "What? What are you talking about?" Anyway, and probably wouldn't get with the program quick enough. So
yeah.
Essentially, he's already planning. Oh, that's where we'll go next. Like,
yeah. as clearly as they're being aggressive in their own way, but another disquieting thing about them is how calm and
like, oh, maybe you should do this to help him. Like, oh, we can look at it, and
it's just clearly disingenuous, but
yeah. It's even more annoying. They take every single little like turn of phrase and like, oh, but what about this? What about that? Like, I don't know why they keep going Peter, Tom, whatever with that. Like, this is a random thing to say right now, but this is a good looking transfer.
Yeah, it is.
Trying to think of something to say. You know, it was like, well, for a movie that kind of looks monochromatic anyway, you know.
Yeah. This is very interesting lighting even in this particular scene is that it's like late afternoon, no real illumination in the house. It's like natural
that would
lighting
be really
outside
hard
is what
to
it
light
looks
that.
like.
Like they care, you know. It's just, I could care less.
It's almost made me think of what if I use a similar idea of conception of a movie, but that the two intruders or perpetrators were like much more combative with one another and had differing philosophies or ideas about how they should do what they're doing, and it's honestly more of a dialogue between them, and then by the end you realize it's all performance art on their part just to be part of the piece, so to speak, for them. But basically, society made him what he is, you know? And kind of to that point, that's what a lot of the just 90s postmodernism was in some ways was, oh, we got all these privileges and all this, but yet we're still miserable. Speaking of Tony Soprano earlier, that was a version of him.
Yep.
But, I mean, if you had that mother, you know. It's...
Yeah. It's such a stupid thing to say because it's like, well, you get to decide that or not.
Yeah.
So what do you mean bet?
Yeah.
Like,
again, there are decent instances of it, but in general, breaking the fourth wall like that to me is very juvenile, infantile impulse. Something that all the made worse by in recent years, like Deadpool, you know.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of people of the idiotic sort, which is most people think that's so cool and clever. Oh my gosh, breaking the fourth wall.
like you break down a wall, the whole house might fall down.
Mm-hmm.
So. Where do they say that?
Not in those shows we watch over here. I don't remember Steve Harvey saying that.
Or what Steve Harvey thinks of this movie.
I don't know.
Funny games. His reactions sometimes are just like
clearly,
so over the top, like. He uses a lot of close-ups.
Yeah.
I've noticed, especially too, but he does in other stuff too, his other movies, but those are often more on the on objects though, rather than in this case they're on faces, but
Family Game. I don't see how that.
Family Game Night.
Yeah. Ain't that talk or that not a talk show, it was a game show that was on for a while.
Well, it's also just a concept.
Well,
yeah,
I know that. But I mean, this specifically.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Jane Lynch hosted it, I think. Not our Family Game Nights, but. And deep down, every time I see her, I know a lot of people think of Glee and all these other things. Still, first time I remember seeing her was in Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story. She's like a woman interviewing him in his late 70s. Period. His I'm Gonna Cover Starman period.
Yeah. Moral decency is what they care about, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we should mention that a lot of people walked out of this at Cannes, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know at what points, but
probably various points. Yeah. I would imagine even when it made itself to the art houses and repertories here, that happened.
Yeah. You used to see that happen at film school a lot with certain movies.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I mean, that was even just 20-year-olds. I mean, you know. And there's also been handfuls of movies over the years I've seen people walk out on. I could tell was not just purely I'm going to the bathroom and coming back. Like, you could tell in the moment they're leaving for good. I remember Wolf of Wall Street. There was an elderly couple that slowly got up and walked out towards the beginning of that movie.
Mm-hmm. Immediately.
Yeah. I'll say it involved Leonardo DiCaprio, a prostitute, and cocaine. Again, I might have mentioned this on the podcast before, but I remember seeing Mother here in Hickory, and audibly people out loud I don't remember people walking out, but at the end of the movie going, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen. I want my money back." Like
Well, we said it, weeks ago, but that was kind of the case with the Green Knight. People they weren't on that level exactly, but they were doing the whole "that's it," and
yeah.
And I was like,
that's one of the funniest impulses of me to leave a movie. That's it, like
yes. Manchester by the Sea, I know people were kind of unhappy about that.
And that was one that I was kind of totally shocked by because I totally loved that. And then I was like, oh wait, what? People didn't like this, And again, that's one of the stranger ones out of all these because that does not involve any violence really or any kind of shocking real things in it. I mean, but.
Now, we talked about this already, but it's interesting, of course, that he chooses not to film it from, to reveal her, and that...
Again, as you said earlier, all these close-ups is really most of the focus is on.
Yeah.
It's not really noticed until now. This movie lacks kind of a score or a discernible one,
Yeah.
anyways. There might be a subtle one here and there.
Other than the screaming music.
Yeah, music at the beginning.
But there's not really any score, I don't think. Because at the beginning it showed the music, and then it was like listed the different composers. So. For a long time, I used to watch specifically No Country for Old Men, and I never noticed the score for a long time.
Yeah,
then over the years, having seen it a bunch of times, I can hear it it's very brief and, used in certain ways where there's certain scenes where you're not thinking about that, so it's easy to forget, like the coin toss scene in the gas station, like that. There's some there, and it's such a tense scene you don't really think about there being score,
Yeah. I remember when I was first watching this, I was like, "Come on, kid, get out!"
Movies like this and any other horror movie, or any movie ever, or life in general, make me think I would never want a house that's really far out somewhere by itself. For a lot of reasons, but one of them being people can come and do things like this, and nobody is there to help. So
yeah.
Because this is a movie.
As you said earlier, the kid's making his way to the other house.
Something that I've noticed, kind of looking at the background of some of these shots, you can see there's like a little town or city over there somewhere, like across the water. But yeah,
if only they could get there. Yeah, it's almost dangling that over our heads like a torture device itself. Stage a Home Alone situation real quick.
Yeah.
It's very unpleasant for me.
You notice how bland this room looks, like there's nothing on the wall?
Yeah. The final legs broke. Just straight
I don't know how that could be true, but
speaking of music earlier, I have seen the trailer. I remember for the newer or the remake, and that famously in the trailer uses all the Mountain King music in that. I don't know if it's really a good movie, but
I don't think so. We should say also, by the way, I don't think we said this earlier, that this is both just our second time seeing this. So
yeah.
You know how a lot of people are talking about mind-bending movies.
Yeah.
Where it's like you gotta watch it more than once or whatever to get it.
And this is not to say the movie's not sophisticated, because I think it is. But this is a movie you can watch the first time. Oh, I get exactly what's being said here, essentially. I mean, you know, there's not... Again, it's not a plot-heavy movie.
Yeah.
Because that can sometimes be the trouble with some movies, is actually understanding the plot and what's going on, you know. But that's not at all an issue with this. But
so they killed that little girl, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They killed the whole family, but...
it's their stuff of choice, I guess.
Yeah. You can only laugh.
I mean, it's just garbage. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is literally like industrial noise after a certain point. No bullets, as you know.
Yeah. Really annoying moment. One thing I remember is he likes to choose his footage very particularly, as you would guess, I'm sure.
Yeah.
In the Seventh Continent, towards the end of that, one of the last things on TV before they die, and that is Meatloaf randomly singing, and it's like, okay, like...
Yeah, your last moments on Earth are Meatloaf. You know? Meatloaf. Double beat loaf. Gotta bring Beavis and Butthead into it.
Gotta blame Mike Judge.
It's their version of Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. And as we said earlier, some of the biggest acts of violence occur off screen, and we don't even really see them, such as that.
Somebody had said in one of the reviews, it might have been Bill Jabiri, that it's almost worse to have seen, him making a sandwich rather than the actual act,
Because that does, for us as an audience, create a certain not all that dissimilar from these characters in terms of they feel, it ain't that big a deal,
Yeah.
Was just the take that's pretty long,
Intention too, that they had said, we're going to leave, and then of course they're going to come back, but they would have lied about it. As if they're trustworthy, but
I just now noticed that the husband's on the left side of the frame, his legs are hanging out. It almost looks like he could have been shot too,
right?
He wasn't.
Yeah.
Because the son's clearly dead, but. She's looking to spare us too. Turn that TV off.
That's probably the first thing I guess I would do. I don't know. No clue what I would do in a situation like this, but
yeah. And I wonder too, as an audience at this point, like, what's our best case scenario? Because is it just the survival of these two people now? Because it will naturally feel incomplete with the child being dead now. Because I feel like he's the one that naturally most audiences would most want to see get out because he's the youngest. But the most innocent, you know. But But it does, especially the first time you see this moment, create this numbing quality that the characters themselves are immersed in, where you're like, what's true north? What do we want? What's the next step? I mean, this big natural new reality sets in. Imagine at this point, they're not even a space to grieve their son's death. They're just about, we just got to survive whatever is going to present itself.
Yeah. This is one of the most strangely lit shots in any movie I've ever seen, because it looks like a painting almost.
Yeah. The primary source light is that lamp turned on its side, but there's also clearly a light coming from the hallway too.
You already know this, but how long it takes to light, that's the longest thing in filmmaking.
That's the single biggest thing.
Is lighting. Yeah, because the light has to be captured. That's what film is capturing light, so.
That's why most actors spend a lot of downtime, they call it, or in their trailers or whatever, because they're literally waiting for the setup. And the grips are running around trying to get all that done. Those are really oftentimes some of the most hard-working people in show business and grips who have to help set the lights up and light it. Because the little experience I had making short films in college, that was the single most aggravating aspect of the whole thing. Other than, as a producer, coordinating with places. Oh, yeah, good. Day before. Actually, we got something going on that day. You can't be there.
Yeah.
I wonder, too, if one of the reasons Haneke has sidelined the man is because, we think the man should be the one really leading and doing things, and what happens when, he's hurt, and the woman has to take more charge. That kind of upsets our gender expectations of a movie like this. And this whole movie's this way, as you can tell already, but it seemed like it's just hard to talk about because it's like, what's there to even say? Because it's just like, death of their son, sense of grief and loss and tragedy of that.
Well, that's what I appreciate about a shot like this is it just shows what it is, and it's like actually pretty.
He knows he doesn't have to do
humanistic in the sense. It's strange because obviously this movie has so many technical aspects to it, but that a lot of the work is from the actors. I mean, because that's where it all has to go to.
And I wonder if he ever thought about giving them 2 children.
Yeah.
Or if the loss of one was just, or the presence and loss of one was enough. So he just said, well, that simplifies it maybe.
Yeah.
A lot of physicality in his performance in this movie anyways.
Yeah, they've got the 2 hardest jobs in the movie because he has to play hurt from the beginning, more or less, and then she's just got all this emotional, both of them do, obviously, but... How long do you think this shot's been going on? Almost like 10 minutes?
I don't know. Should have been watching the time, but... They locked it from the inside out.
There's so many doors in the world that lock the wrong way.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. It's like most of the movies, like a lot of movies like this, do this.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to think only in horror movies do doors lock the opposite way.
Yeah. Like I said, it's realistic for this day.
Yeah.
But if you did it now, like the fact that one character only having a cell phone.
Yeah. That's a reminder of how quickly all this started to happen.
Yeah, that's true. I would say 911, but I don't know what their number for that is.
I looked recently because some of my students were asking when 911 first was a thing or something like that, and it was the 1960s, I think, or 70s.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what it was before then, if it was just localized police lines.
Yeah, I think it was smaller.
It's like, take the otter box off.
Yeah.
Of the sense of hope we got earlier, they make him get it out. Just slowly slips by moment to moment, the more longer they're taking to do anything.
There's something I was thinking earlier is I don't think we ever get to see the upstairs of this house.
Yeah. I guess the closest we saw was when the boy climbed up out the window.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's...
And I'm pretty sure that the remake was filmed in the same house.
Oh, really? I know that in the trailer it looks similar, at least my memory of it.
Which makes it even weirder to think, okay, why didn't you make it in America if you want, it just doesn't...
Yeah.
That just seems like even more of a useless venture to make.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I guess, again, I wonder if he just thought that a marginal amount of more people seeing it would have mattered or, connected more. I don't know.
Yeah, or that...
which is sadly probably true that marginally more people
or he
saw
may have
it.
also wanted to just do it as an experiment, too.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
true,
That's probably part of it, is
Yeah.
just see if he could do it again,
Yeah. Yeah. Neither one of us have still seen the Gus Van Sant version of Psycho.
No.
It's very famously a shot-for-shot remake. Norman Bates, played by Vince Vaughn.
That's a shocking development. I actually think that's kind of shrewd, but I don't know. And then Drew Barrymore, I guess that just makes sense. But that is who's in that, right? I think, or is that Drew Barrymore or somebody else?
I think somebody else played the lead. Let me see.
Oh, okay. That's who my mind jumped to for some reason.
98 was when it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Drew Barrymore is famously in Scream.
Right. Maybe that's kind of why I was thinking that.
Marion Crane's played by Anne Hetch.
Oh,
her name?
Okay.
You want to know who Arbogast is?
I've heard, but go ahead.
William H. Macy.
What? I didn't know that.
Viggo Mortensen is Sam Loomis. Julianne Moore is Leela Crane, who's Marion's sister. Says Phil Baker Hall is Sheriff Al Chambers. Robert Forster is Dr. Simon Richmond, psychiatrist. I guess he gives the whole explanation at the end then. Can't think of many better actors to do that than Robert Forster, but...
Yeah. You said Anne Hatch was the woman's name?
Yeah.
It's like, at least it's not Cesar Romero as Hetchy.
As
It's
Hetchy.
Skidoo. Sorry, we gotta laugh about something here.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's...
That fence, I swear.
We're not going to be like, Gonzo at, towards the end of Muppet Christmas goes like, "You're on your own, folks." Like,
No,
see at the
yeah,
curtain or
sorry,
see
yeah,
at the end or whatever it says. Like,
yeah.
A Muppets Funny Games. Don't we do like a shot-for-shot remake, Muppet style?
Wow. Who would be who, I wonder?
Well, again, the natural assumption is, I think,
Kermit would be him, I'm guessing.
Kermit, Miss Piggy.
Yeah. Statler and Waldorf as the perpetrators?
Well, them, or thinking again about Gonzo and Rizzo.
Oh,
Because,
right. Yeah. Yeah.
And then Animals the dog. You know. I don't know who the boy is.
Pepe the King Prawn,
Yeah.
maybe, I guess. Or
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse sticker on there.
I don't know if it's still active. There was a while there was a Pepe the King Prawn Twitter page that was very active.
Imagine that's all that you could do in this situation.
Yeah. Almost charming to see the 90s cell phones in movies.
Yeah.
Now what they do? They made phone calls. That's what they really should be all about. Battery dead. Translation.
These people can't get a break, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's almost like the whole movie's set against them.
Yeah. I wonder if, too, Haneke's... I keep saying Haneke. Haneke's, big... Also, another statement he's making is that movies of this sort are nothing more than predetermined death traps for its characters, And that, the only escapes that are ever made are predetermined by the filmmaker.
Yeah.
But what happens when none of those escapes are there,
Right.
She took the risk thinking, oh, maybe it's them.
Yeah. I wonder if Haneke was like, I want to drive the car.
Yeah.
Just like, okay. It was the audience driving the car. Like, no.
The audience was complicit in passing her by. Say, no, I think we very much want her to live, but...
Kyle's stomach just grumbled if you heard that. It was weird it was at that moment, but... Most annoying image of all time.
Yeah.
Well, it's even more aggravating about the section of the movie we just finished, is that you know they're going to come back.
Yeah.
But even when you first watch it, but it's like almost blissful that they're not in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, but at the same time, you know that it's like that's going to end the way it's going to end.
so spektakulär. Wenn man auch dem Publikum etwas zeigen kann. Ja? Du darfst jetzt auch wieder mitspielen. Wir waren schon mal durch. Also, Anna, wir spielen das Spiel. Sie liebe die Gattin. Oder wir sehen, Schießgerät, das Sternenfeld auf ihm schon.
Has a certain crazy family once said on TikTok. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Like, those people.
That's another thing too. You got to think about is just the pure exhaustion being up as long as they have too. Another thing.
zu Ende. So, was ist denn Fay? Wir sind doch Hauptstufe? Nee. Bist du schon gehört? Das war doch ein richtiges Handy. War super Typ, ne? Die Wette läuft. Ich mach mal die Fernseher gekauft.
Now, don't involve me in this.
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, we are up to feature length, but
Yeah. So
by the way,
so he's a liar.
Liar.
One of his worst qualities.
Yeah. I got a list I can go through. What's weird to me also about the remake is that it has Tim Roth and Naomi Watts, two of our greatest actors.
Yeah.
And I'm not that interested in seeing it, really. I will at some point.
And Michael Pitt, another one of our great actors. Not really. But.
Gosh.
Both on the return. Judging her, oh, what a sinner she is. She doesn't know a prayer. And so maybe you should have prayed a few more your whole life. But, again, I just want to emphasize, these games are not so funny. So again, one's dead, but wait. You know, break that fourth wall. It goes back a good amount further than it needed to.
Just so we can be more annoyed.
Yeah. I know I had heard about that conceit before I had seen the movie, so the shock of that, unfortunately, was not.
I don't think I knew that about it. You got it's annoying. He's like, oh, you got this wet with blood. Like, come on.
And that knife earlier was, you know, kind of set up as a Chekhov's gun of like, oh, it dropped it there in the boat, and maybe that could be of use to her now, which we saw, but no. Scooby-Doo and Cyber Chase.
No, it is just a movie. It's not real.
Yeah.
So, no.
So, again, trying to make us feel bad for having
Nope.
participated in
You
this.
lose. Because I was just about to say a minute ago that the only thing that makes me feel better about these characters is knowing that they're not real.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, not that people like them aren't, but...
Right. But these two particularly.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're dealing with homicidal maniacs, but even they don't need a break, you know, just like after having done all this. I remember when I first saw this is how it ends.
Yeah.
I'm just like, really? Okay. Oh, yes, stare at it. Like,
Well, we got through that one.
yeah. And again, it's so strange because I do find this to be a sophisticated movie, but also very juvenile in some of its tendencies and ideas at the same time. It's strange.
That's a lot of European art cinema for you.
Yeah, because, I mean, there is a lot of European art cinema that is really great.
Yeah, of course.
And emotionally involving and emotionally graceful, but not all of it. And, you know, it doesn't all have to be either, but it's like stare into the void. But it's one of those things, like, I think for what it is, it's kind of perfect. It's very, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of, it's very clear what his ideas are that he's trying to feed into this. After having seen it a second time, any new thoughts, ideas, feelings from it?
By the way, real quickly, garderobe. That is what they used to call toilets in medieval times. So I don't know what that means in this sense. I like it. I mean, yeah, it's not the most exciting movie. Hopefully you got something out of our commentary. It's a hard movie to do that for.
And I think out of all of our October movies, by far the most challenging movie, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Surprising even with next week's, too, but that will be the case. But I'll go ahead and pause this.
Yeah.
It's
but again, this is the only Haneke movie I've seen. I do want to see more, especially some of the descriptions and thoughts you had about some of the other ones.
Yeah, he's made better movies, I'd say, actually. Other than, I think, it's strange. I think this is a little better than Benny's Video, and I like it a little better, but I think that The Seventh Continent, and particularly 71 Fragments of a Chronology of Chance, is better.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I think it's an important movie that, if nothing else, gets you to think about a lot of these things. I mean, there's other art that does that. But I feel like this is the most effective in that I've seen.
Sure.
Even though a movie like Scream is better, but I don't think that's the a special intent of that movie is to do that either, because it also wants to be a conventional movie, which is fine. But
it's one of those things, like, you know, this didn't spawn some sort of like franchise.
No.
And seeing these characters go to other places.
That would have been almost unbearable.
Yeah, I think more. Yeah, I'm very even surprised he would even want to go through the experience of making this again. So I would imagine making a movie like this is very tough and difficult, as far as the emotionally, and the desire to do that again might say as much about him as it does anybody else.
Yeah,
again,
right.
I like to emphasize. But again, as much as I'm not a fan of this movie exactly, I do find it to be compelling and intriguing, if nothing else, in what it is trying to say, and what in the world it is reflecting.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I said earlier, it's like, all right, well, if you don't like these kind of movies or take issue with them. Why don't you go off and do something else as opposed to only solidifying it and in a weird way giving it even more of a voice by even doing something like this and making it more of an issue than you even maybe intend it to be. But whatever. Any other thoughts, ideas?
Not really.
Okay. So we're gonna go over the more upbeat choice next week.
Yes. Yeah.
With the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from 1974. Groundbreaking movie in a variety of ways. The 70s was a great era for Hollywood cinema in a variety of ways, particularly for horror cinema, I think. And obviously directed by Tobe Hooper. What about Texas Chainsaw Massacre continues all these years later to shock or enliven you in terms of as a film goer, especially in relation to horror in general?
Won't mince words or it sounds hyperbolic. I think it's one of the best horror movies ever made. It's one of my favorites. I think what I like so much about it, first of all, is what I think that a lot of people do get out of horror movies is the adrenaline rush that you get from them. And I find that to be the most effective, I guess, in that sense for me. I think the chase scene in that movie, about 2/3 of the way through, I guess, is the best in any movie I've ever seen. It's so gripping, and it's just a very gripping movie in a lot of ways that I don't find scary, but I find to be very disturbing and obviously everybody talks about the themes of the movie as well, and I find that to be very interesting as far as it being about vegetarianism, capitalism, the Vietnam War, blue collar working, and all those things. I think it really, more than anything though, establishes a setting that is ripe for horror filmmaking. And obviously a lot of the a good bit of the movie is at night in the dark, but there's a good portion of the movie before that though that's in the daylight, and, not when they're running around outside, but some things that happen that are in well lit interiors and exteriors. So but just in general, I mean, that's there's been slasher movies before that, sort of, and versions of that. Peeping Tom is one that a lot of people point to, the Michael Powell film. But it's interesting that and as in Texas Chainsaw and Black Christmas came out within, I think, 2 weeks of each other.
Yeah, that is wild.
And those are, and I like that quite a bit. I think you like that too.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, because we watched that back around Christmas. I've seen that some, and that is a very that's one of the most disturbing movies I've ever seen. And
it's got a very memorable, haunting ending.
Yeah, and it's really good. But they kind of came out around the same time, and were doing sort of the same things.
Texas Chainsaw got way more
notoriety.
It was
made in America. And Black Christmas was from Canada.
Yeah.
From
Canada.
Yes,
Canada.
From Bob Clark of all people, randomly.
Yeah, because it's almost a meme now among films circles of like the same guy made Black Christmas and A Christmas Story.
And
way more seen, and they don't show that. They don't show
Black Christmas 24 hours on TBS. Very funny. That's what it still is in my heart, TBS. But and obviously Halloween would come along, only about 3 years after that, and 4 years. Sorry, I was getting my years mixed up. And then even in the 80s, you had the
slasher movies,
Friday the 13th, and Nightmare on Elm Street, and more sequels for all those.
Right.
But what I think really does work, like I said, about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is that sense of adrenaline. It's very brief, and also this. I think it really applies, and I don't think I mentioned this. The Manson murders, being very similar to that, and this kind of forgotten and forsaken part of the country that was being made into movies like the hick exploitation movies like Deliverance or White Lightning or Smokey and the Bandit.
In a lot of those action-y context,
right? And so there were various versions of that, but I think that
Deliverance is a sort of horror movie, I guess, too.
Yeah, it is a thriller. Yeah, sure. And but a lot of these other movies were these other versions of that. But I think there's a certain desolation, literal, moral, emotional of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that somehow keeps me coming back to it, which is weird for a movie that morose and frightening and disturbing,
and in a way, like one of our, I don't know if he's our favorite people, but a guy that we like and respect a lot, Rob Zombie, something like House of a Thousand Corpses, is coasting off that same idea of these like forgotten parts of America that are now getting this like second look, and do we want to get a second look at some of these places, you know, and because what's underneath it, you know. It should be said it spawned a franchise. We've not really seen any of the other movies other than the early 2000s remake I have seen.
I haven't seen
liked
any.
fine enough.
Yeah.
But the second one in particular came out with the 80s, I think. That kind of has a cult reputation as being fairly interesting and good. We've not seen that, but we're aware about that. But
do you have any thoughts about the first movie in general?
No, just that I've not seen it as many times as you have, but it always has been a movie that's left us certainly an impression, and is there's a reason why it's still one of those iconic horror movies, is that it's another one like this movie in a way that doesn't have a lot of gore but tricks you into thinking there's more gore in it than there really is, which I always applaud a movie that withholds like that but still feels that intense. And, you know, a movie that also has kind of a, you know, to counterpoint to this, an unambiguously triumphant ending of sorts. As far as the characters
and
escape
more
from that, you know.
Coded social messages that I think in the long run are actually more important, strangely, than this, in the sense that they actually deal with, you know, I don't want to say that violence in movies isn't a problem. It obviously is, or something that should be discussed. But, you know,
you're saying that's maybe too sometimes abstract to reach a wide audience, but then something like Texas Chainsaw
that's
is
about
more
class
broad
and culture and you know, social abandonment. That I think affects far more people in the world than movies do.
Sure,
frankly.
absolutely.
So and that it's far more expressly political, and in a time where that movie fits right into, like this movie does too. But I feel like that's a more interesting look, because this movie, Funny Games, is more universal in that it can still apply now. Which would make you think, oh, well, that would make it more interesting. Not really. I would be more interested in a movie that's more specific to a time, but that doesn't mean anything. But you know, see, I'm looking forward to that one. That'll be. It's weird that will be like a palate cleanser, because that movie
and the one that's certainly after that even more so.
Oh,
I think,
definitely,
by that point,
and even the one after that too. We put our hardest ones in the middle. For this go round.
So that does it for this episode on Funny Games. Again, next week we'll be hitting up 1974's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But before we end the show, we gotta continue our tradition that we started last week.
I'm glad we got to this
Drew's
part of the
famous music, which we ended with a cut off the track last week, Werewolves of London. And so let's just briefly go over this again, just in the event somebody...
So if you didn't hear last week, there's this company called Drew's Famous Party Music, where they basically make covers of famous party or famous songs that they put on CDs for
that
party
you
music.
just presumably put in the CD player and play at a party.
We have this one that is I can't remember the name of it now because I actually don't have it in here, but it's like a Halloween version of it. And they have a bunch of different stuff on there. And last week we had Werewolves in London that we played and talked about that song. And now we're going to talk about King Tut.
King Tut. Which you was doing some research earlier. We thought that was a song that Steve Martin was maybe parodying or had taken from somewhere else.
On SNL, but he actually wrote the song.
Which we know him as a musician. Obviously, he plays the banjo. But I didn't know that he literally created that song. I thought that was
where do we even start with this song? Because I have so many things to say about it.
We were trying to think which song would even go with this movie, and this movie has nothing to do with the mummies or mummification or ancient Egypt or whatever.
We got to give ourselves.
We just got to give a palate cleanser. I mean, some of the lyrics. Let's just go through that. I mean,
people stand in line to see the boy King Tut,
and just
could have won a Grammy, buried in his jammies. Born in Arizona,
moved to Babylonia. Had a condo made of Stona.
Right,
like,
King Tut.
That rhyme in there.
So my favorite kind of section of the song is the ladies love the style Boston. Like, why they would have that in there, and then ate a crocodile and gave his life for tourism. But it's just a hilarious song. I mean, our mom really loves it because she's a Steve Martin fan anyway, but she always will sing it together. It's a funny thing. It's really a funny song, so I hope that you get something out of it. But it's weird because, they have things like novelty songs all the time. But what's weird, though, is that something like Werewolves of London, it's a weird song, but it doesn't feel
I don't know, but it's trying to be a semi-serious rock song.
Right.
In terms of, like, just a song. And in some ways makes it more laughable because it's like, what are you talking about? This is clearly a joke song.
Yeah, it's clearly for a laugh. It's from a comedian, not from somebody who's like, I make music for a living.
Right.
Which, I mean, I guess
he's produced albums.
Yes, but, like, you know what I mean? He's like a comedian. But you can also go find the video of him dancing to it on SNL, which I don't know if I've ever seen.
I've seen it in the past,
I feel like I have at some point, but yeah, of course, we're putting the version that the Hit Crew did.
No, that's the Hit Crew's our crew, like we
but
a special place in our hearts.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, it's a weird song to describe. I mean, it's literally like taking King Tut.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what it does with him. It just like goes all over the place, and it's like going tut, tut, and tut. And, yeah. I mean, and it just puts all this nonsensical, very like 1970s kind of like stuff, talking about Arizona and the Grammys and jammies and Buried with a Donkey, Funky Tut. I mean, he's my favorite hunky.
It's just clearly meant to have fun. So we thought, what better way to end one of the most unpleasant movies you'll ever see? Yeah.
I mean,
with
fun
very
is in
pleasant
funny
songs,
games. Lord, all right, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it has been. Has been. So this is Kyle.
This is Levi,
and beware of that King Tut out there.
I mean, God bless, Lord.
Yeah.
After this one, so King Tut.
Take care.
God bless.
A young man, he never thought he'd see people stand in line to see the boy King. How'd you get so funky? Did you do the monkey? Born in Arizona, moved to Babylonia. Now if I'd known they'd line up just to see him, I'd take up all my money and bought me a museum. Buried with a donkey. He's my favorite honky. Born in Arizona, moved to Babylonia, dancing by the night. Discotheque. The ladies love the style. Boston. Rocking for a month. Rocking to ate a crocodile. Gave his life for tourism. Told an idol. He's an Egyptian. They're selling you. Don't want no fancy funeral, just one like old King Tut. King Tut. He could have won a Grammy. King Tut. Buried in his jammies. Born in Arizona, moved to Babylonia. He was born in Arizona. Got a condo made of stoner. King Tut.
Bye.